everyone.
Hello, Mayor.
This last 45 seconds seems so long all the time. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 22nd, 2022 City Council Successor Agency special meeting pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code. A special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for January 11th, 2022 at 5:30. And it looks like we have a quorum. So, Margaret, if I could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. So we do have a quorum. At this time, we'll open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
Announcement: immediately following the public comment portion of the agenda, the Zoom link will no longer be active to the general public, and the interviews will only be streamed on the city's meeting streaming software located on the City Council agenda page. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are on the special meeting agenda. I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I have no hands raised.
Okay, then at this time, we will close public comments. We'll now take a 3-minute recess so that we can move to the other link. Members of the public may move to the video feed on the city's website to view the remainder of the meeting. So at this time, we will be in recess to go to the other link.
And it looks like we're going.
Terrific. It appears the interview Zoom meeting is active. Members of the public can now view the interviews with City Council agenda's web page. So we'll move into item 1, interviews and consideration of recommendations by Mayor Bryant for appointment of commissioners to the Arts Commission, with 2 3-year appointments and 1 appointment to fill the term expiring on 12/31 of 2022. And now it's time to hold the interviews for the art commissions, and I'm going to ask Margaret to explain the process. Margaret?
Pursuant to the process rules that the council previously agreed to prior to the meeting, the mayor and council provided the city clerk with questions to ask the applicants. Each applicant will be asked the same 5 questions and will have up to 3 minutes to answer the question. Limited follow-up questions may be permitted by the mayor based on available time. These applicants are in a separate breakout room that does not permit them to listen to another applicant's responses. They are also on the honor system that they will not be using another device to listen to the applicant's responses. Once the interviews have concluded, there will be an opportunity for the council to discuss the candidates. When any discussion has concluded, each council member will be asked to verbally provide the mayor with their choices for the 3 positions in order from first to last. The mayor will then provide his 3 Arts Commission recommendations to the council from first to last for the 2 3-year terms and to fill a term expiring on 12/31/22. The council will then hold individual votes on each of the mayor's recommended appointments. If a recommended applicant receives 3 votes, then he or she will be appointed to the Arts Commission for the recommended term. If less than 2 applicants are appointed to the Arts Commission, the mayor may recommend appointing another applicant tonight or request that the opening be re-advertised. The city clerk has drawn the names in random order, and they will be brought into the interview breakout room 1 at a time. The first applicant is Brad Sprague. I'll bring him in now. Good evening, Mr. Sprague. If you could hear us, if you could go ahead and unmute your mic and enable your video.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Sprague. I'm going to try to see if I can see your face. Is there a way for you to activate your camera for us?
It was on. Hold on, let's see. Start video. There you go.
Success.
Yay.
Well, thank you for being with us tonight, Mr. Sprague, and applying for the Arts Commission. So the process tonight is every council member will ask you a question, and we ask everyone the same questions. And then at the end of this process tonight, we will make a recommendation for filling 1 of 3 positions. There are 2 positions that are the full term. It's a 3-year term, and 1 term that will be expiring in December 31 of 2022. And so at this time, if you are ready, I will turn it over to council, and I'll ask that Council Member Mendoza start us off with the questions.
All right, very good.
Hello, Mr. Sprague.
Hello.
First question. How do you think we can engage the public for more feedback on city art projects?
Boy, that is difficult. I know that you get things out on your Facebook page, and I know you probably do things through the Brentwood Press. But, you know, whether or not people respond to that is really out of your control, I suppose. I don't know if you can get more kind of billboard type signage up around town to give people an opportunity to respond to anything you got going. I found you guys through the Brentwood Press.
Okay.
So I found out about this meeting. And then I found a follow-up on Facebook, on the city Facebook page.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Meyer.
Mr. Sprague. Thank you, Sprague. Thank you for joining us today.
Sure.
My question is, do you feel it important to work with artists that are local when it comes to public art projects? Why or why not?
Oh, absolutely. I think when you're looking at community art projects or any kind of, did I lose you?
No, we
No, we hear you.
hear and see you.
Okay, you can hear and see me. I lost it on my end. Anyway, where were we? I think it's definitely important to involve local people. It's a reflection of the community, and what they have to offer. You want something that's uplifting and represents what the community's about. And I think you get that from working with local artists, whatever field they happen to be in.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Rary.
Good evening. Mine's a multifaceted question, so
Okay.
hang on. Just when you think I'm done, I got another one for you. So,
All right.
do you know how many public art pieces there are in Brentwood?
I do not,
Okay.
actually. I see them around town, but I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. How many of those do you think you've seen around town?
Probably a dozen or so. I don't know if they're affiliated with the Arts Commission or anything that you've done, but I've seen things around
Okay.
in neighborhoods and also in the downtown area around the park.
Not including the utility boxes that we see all around town.
Right.
Of the public art that's out there, which one is your favorite and why?
I think what I liked that I've seen is some of the art exhibitions that you have in the building downtown there by the park. I've been in there a couple of times and been able to take a walk around and look at what got going on in there. Other than that, as far as art's concerned, the visual things, the murals and the paintings and whatnot on the boxes, I see those, and I've supported some of the musical arts and things around town. But I think my favorite area to just kind of interact is down there at the park.
Okay. And what do you feel is missing when it comes to public art in Brentwood?
Probably, it would be nice to see more involvement with local artists. If they've got something to offer or have a place where they can display their works or have, different areas around town maybe set aside that would engage people when they're out and about. Am I kind of answering your question?
You're telling me who you'd like to see out there, but you're not telling me what type of public art you think our city's missing.
Oh, what type of art? Well, I think it should be something that represents the community as closely as you can, and also things that are kind of uplifting. Probably not things that are controversial. I remember years and years ago when Concord had these things up called the spirit poles.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Remember those?
Yeah.
I understand that they try to bring some kind of artwork and things into the community that lift people's spirits and things, but you gotta. I guess there's a difference of opinion on things like that. But I like to see things that are uplifting and happy and representative of the community.
Okay. Right. Thank you for your time.
Sure, you're welcome.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Hello, Brad. Thank you for signing up for this, but I have a quick question. Okay. This position requires a commitment to attend monthly meetings on the third Wednesday of each month. Yes. And subcommittee meetings as necessary. Do you have any conflict that would make it difficult for you to serve as a commissioner?
I do not. I just retired about 3 or 4 months ago after 40 years as a CPA. And so I have plenty of free time, and I'm looking to give something back somewhere if I can.
Sounds good. Thank you very much again, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sprague, I have one more question for you.
Okay.
Why do you think that you would make a good arts commissioner?
I think if you're looking to fill out an arts commission or an advisory panel or something like that, you want something of a broad representation from the community. I don't know how many people like myself might be interested in supporting an organization or a group like this, but it seems to me that you'd be looking for a broad representation of opinion or input. And so I'm thinking that on my end of it, probably if there's no representative group from my part, you know, I might fit in. I might have something to offer.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for that. At this time, there are no more questions from that we have pre-planned. Is there anyone on council that has additional questions for Mr. Sprague? Okay, then at this time, Mr. Sprague, we will have our city clerk move you into the breakout room, and we will continue the interviews, and tonight we'll make a decision and recommendation for these positions. So thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you.
The next applicant is Arthur Hermann. And Mr. Hermann, if you can hear me, if you could go ahead and enable your video. There you are.
Hello, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. Hermann. Thank you for joining us tonight. That is a beautiful backdrop you are sitting in front of. So,
yeah, thank you. It's a photograph I took in New Zealand. I kind of wish I was there right now.
Oh, it's lovely. Well, thank you for your application to the Arts Commission. Tonight, the process will be that the city council members tonight will all ask you a question, and we ask the same question to all of the applicants. And at the end, we will appoint one of three positions, two 3-year positions, and one position to fulfill the expiring term that expires December 31st of 2022. And so at this time, if you're ready, I will turn it to Councilmember Mendoza to start us off.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Hermann. Welcome. Your first question is, how do you think we can engage the public for more feedback on city art projects?
That's a really good challenge in general with the arts. I think part of the way is to somehow figure out how to make it relevant to them. And I think a lot of people don't think of art on a daily basis as being relevant in their lives. So, you know, my answer would be dependent on the type of project you're talking about, obviously. But let's just say, you know, some kind of public art. And I think, you know, one way to do that might be to any experiential way you can think of to get people to experience something rather than just, you know, talking about it or shooting a picture to them is going to help engage them. Dialogue is essential. So I'm giving you the things that are that will help without telling you how to do them, because it's a really challenging question. It's really multifaceted. For instance, I live fairly close to where the new I'm sorry, I forgot the official term for it, but the new arts pavilion is going to go. And, you know, there, what I've been hearing instead of all the discussion about, oh, what about noise, what about traffic, I haven't heard anything about programming. I haven't heard anything about how that would enrich our lives as members of the city. So those are the kinds of things that I think that I think of when I talk about engaging people.
Thank you. You're right. People call when they're upset, but we need to get them to call when they're happy and what they like also. So
Right.
thank you so much.
Councilmember Meyer.
Hello, Mr. Hermann. Thank you for joining us tonight. My question is, do you feel that it's important to work with artists that are local when it comes to art projects? Why or why not?
Absolutely. I mean, it would be absurd to say not local. Your question wasn't only local. So again, I guess I think it really depends on what is the purpose of whatever project we're trying to do. I think there are certain projects that you would try absolutely, and it would be local only if possible. Others you would want to start with local and then expand, I think, as necessary. So if you're talking about a public art piece, for instance, there simply just may not be the talent pool available within our community to do something of the stature that's needed. But you would still, I would think, make a very valiant effort to engage any local artist to do that. And then you would expand from there. But yeah, why not? I was a founding member of Arts Benicia, which is a really wonderful community arts organization. And there's an incredibly rich pool of local artists there. And so in Benicia, they were able to do so many things with just the local pool. But when they started to do exhibitions of a greater breadth, so they would do exhibitions that were specifically of local artists, but then that were open to a much greater variety of people from all over the state, for that matter. So it really depends what you're trying to do. But absolutely, I think you start local and then you expand from there.
Great. Thank you for that.
Councilmember Rary.
Yes, good evening.
Hello.
I've got a couple questions here. First is, do you know how many public art pieces there are in Brentwood?
You know, I don't, and that's actually upsetting to me, frankly. The ones I'm most aware of, I consider them to be public art pieces, are the boxes that control the lights, the paintings on those. Those are the ones I see all the time, right? And I think that's a wonderful program, by the way. I really enjoy it. It gives me a lot of joy when I'm driving around. I mean, I know I've seen at least 2 or 3 other public art pieces, but I don't know. And actually, that brings me. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How would I go about getting a list of the public art pieces that are in Brentwood?
There's actually on our Park and Rec page. There's it says Arts Commission, and you can go in there and it'll give you a matrix of all the art pieces and then a map with those items on there. So there's 68 that we currently have, and is 2 more that are in the process of being built, one by the police station, one by the streets of Brentwood. Of the ones not including the utility box paintings, what of the couple that you said that you've seen, what one was your favorite and why?
Gosh, you're really putting me on the spot. I know that there's one. I only know it as a dog park, but it's near one of the parks, and
King Dog Park.
Yeah, and there's one there that I really like. I think the thing about, so I'm gonna just try and wrap this up real quickly. I went to UC Davis. In walking around the UC Davis campus, which is a big campus, or riding your bike because it's too big to walk around, you stumbled across the public art easily all the time. I think what's upsetting to me, by the way, did the 68 count all the boxes that we were?
It does count all the boxes.
So if you remove those?
And I'd have to go back through there to figure out how many of them.
Okay.
But we still have quite a few that aren't. I mean, we have tunnels that are done on our trails. We have.
Okay, so you're being very broad with that term, right? It's not just a sculpture or something. It's
not
painting,
just
everything.
sculptures.
Yeah, I think that, and this is the difference in a city, and actually I think it's a wonderful thing in a city, is that there's a surprise element as you're exploring a new part of the city or a new trail or something where you come across something and you don't expect to see it. And I think that's a really beautiful thing to have in a community. The fact is, I have to admit, I walk in my area of the city a lot. I walk downtown a bit, but I have not explored by foot or by bike a lot of the other areas of the city. And that's probably why I haven't seen as many of these. And so I think, to answer your question, which is a very long answer, I would love to see how the city could do a better job of really letting people know the richness of things and, do a, what do you call it, a treasure hunt kind of thing. I mean, things like that. I mean, I think that I think it's really an important part of the joy of living in a city is stumbling across and seeing these pieces of public art. I didn't really answer your question, but.
Well, no, actually, I liked your answer. So what do you feel is missing when it comes to public art in Brentwood?
Well, we just went over part of it, which is not accessibility, but knowledge that it's there. I think that there are statement pieces, I think, that can be really important to a community, and those are typically put in the entrance to, like in downtown Pleasanton, they've got the arch, right? The old arch might be something right there, or some place of real importance, downtown, right? Those kinds of pieces, and this is, I think, what I was heading towards at Davis. Those pieces actually help define the campus. They're such strong statements. They help define the sense of place. And I think that it's not cheap to do these, and they become obviously very political, always. But I think that having a few of those statement pieces helps really cue people into the fact that the arts are important here, and that there are artists that live here, and that it's an important that they're supported within the community.
Well, you'll be happy to know that we do have the one that's coming out at the police station is a gateway monument, a statement piece, as well as the one by the streets of Brentwood is a gateway monument.
Great.
And we're looking at doing more of those because we have multiple entrances to our city. So
right.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Okay, I have a question for you. Thank you for applying as well, okay? This position requires a commitment to attend monthly meetings on the third Wednesday of each month and subcommittee meetings as necessary. Do you have any conflict that would make it difficult for you to serve as a commissioner?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I'll be retiring in about a year, so it's one of the reasons why I've been buried in work for so long, but I'm beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, so my availability should only get better as time goes on.
Sounds good. Thank you for your answer.
Mr. Hermann, this is the last question. Why do you think that you would be a good arts commissioner?
I've done a lot, albeit it was on a university campus, but I'm going to use the same answer no matter what. What I loved, the gallery that I ran at UC Davis was in the student union. And the fact that it was in the student union, not in the art building, and there was no museum, was, to me, a really amazing opportunity to suck people in to the arts, to grab them. I mean, have them walk by. I thought of this all the time. What piece would I put in our doorway that would just make people stop and say, what the heck's that? And come in, right? That's the piece, but then what kind of exhibits did I do? I did exhibits that tried to educate people, and I don't mean educate in a pedantic way. I really mean educate, meaning, wow, this is interesting. I'm excited to learn about it. And I feel that there are ways to present the arts that rarefied art museums don't do a very good job at, and that a gallery like a Shishi gallery doesn't do a very good job at. I'll give you one example, and then I'll be quiet. A folk art exhibit. Now, folk art, could be, whatever you want. But the point is that also in Davis, there's the whole funk art movement, which I associated it with, which is these were self-trained art. These were artists that were incredibly accomplished, but chose to do things in kind of more brutalist, non-fancy ways. Folk artists are untrained artists, right? And to actually align those two things next to each other was a way to not only say, wow, this is really interesting. I've never seen anything that looks like that. Look at this guy. Like a third grader could have drawn that. But then I'd have something talking about why a third grader didn't and wouldn't actually have been able to do that. And then maybe talk about how one of the artists on the UC Davis campus, one of the faculty, actually did pieces that are similar to this, but that person had a 40-year career in the arts. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of ways to bring people into the arts that are, I think, welcoming. And a lot of it is through education, but I mean really kind and welcoming kind of education. And I really feel that I bring a deep passion about that.
Well, I really appreciate your answer. And just from my observation and of this interview so far, if I could use one word to define your impression on me, passionate would certainly be one of those words.
No one has ever accused me of being really shy.
Well, thank you so very much for the interview. At this time, what we're going to do is have our city clerk put you in one of the breakout sessions, and then we will, as a council, make our recommendations and fill the positions tonight. So thank you so much for the interview, and we'll be talking to you shortly.
Okay, and thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
The next applicant is Sheri Tang. And Sheri, if you can hear me, if you could enable your video and your audio.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. We can both see and hear you. Can you hear us as well?
Yes, I can. I do have the webinar open also, but it doesn't seem like there's an echo, so I'll just leave that on as well.
Okay. Well, Ms. Tang, what we will do is each of the council members will ask you a question. We're asking the same question of each person, and then we will make our decision, our recommendation tonight. So I will now turn it to Councilmember Mendoza to begin the questioning.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. This is your first question. How do you think we can engage the public for more feedback on city art projects?
Okay, so I have heard all the questions already since I was in the public comment session, but all the questions are really great.
Wait, I'm sorry, so you were listening to everyone else's answers?
We were given the webinar link, so for whatever reason, everyone was, yes, I have heard everyone. So I just wanted to, be honest up front, but it doesn't affect, I think, the interview process, I hope.
Sorry, the question again was, how do we engage the public for more feedback on city art projects?
Okay, So I think, first of all, we need to let people know that their feedback is needed. I have been a resident of Brentwood since 2013, and I would say I'm pretty, I keep my eyes and ears open, but I've never actually had heard there's any feedback needed. So we definitely need to do a lot of public outreach. We could engage a lot of people on Nextdoor or on our Facebook page on the Better in Brentwood. We can also maybe channel through the students in our different schools. We can send flyers back home to engage families. So there are many different ways. It also depends on what art is being put on. If it's like by a high school, then we should go through the high school channel. If it's like more geared towards more older generation, we can maybe go to Veterans Hall. So, we can also be a targeted feedback as well. So there are many different ways we can ask for feedbacks.
Sorry, thank you.
No worries.
Councilmember Meyer?
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Hi.
Do you feel it is important to work with artists that are local when it comes to public art projects, and why or why not?
I do think it is important. I think we should always give a preference to local artists, but then we should also broaden the search. If an art in particular calls for something, we have to collaborate with someone else. But I think artists are pretty connected to each other, so we should always use local artists, even if not as the final artist, but also as a kind of networking opportunity to let us to know what are the other artists that can be engaged, internationally. So I have a very international background. I was born in China, but I lived in Japan, Spain, and Germany, and all these different locations. And I do feel like Brentwood, we're getting more and more diverse. I also think while balancing using local talents, we should also do a lot of collaboration pieces to bring other artists to our community as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Rary?
Yes. Since you were listening to the other applicants and you weren't supposed to, I'm going to skip my first question since I gave the answer to that one.
On the page though, it only listed 67 art. I think you mentioned 68. Maybe that was because
I said that,
updated.
There is another one that's on. Yes, there's one that's not listed there.
Okay.
So, how many have you been to of all of those?
I personally really love art, and I love our public parks. So I would say I've probably been to at least 30 of them. So like I go to Creekside very often. That's my favorite park in Brentwood. I've been to Veterans Park. There's amazing peyote public art that I really love there. And just driving up and down on Balfour, I love all those statues along like right in front of close to Heritage High School. Definitely seeing the utility boxes. Every time I find something new, I just think, wow, it's so amazing. It's really good with utility boxes. And in downtown, I liked that globe of the water right in front of the press. So I do feel like we are very enriched in art as a city of about 60,000 residents. So I think we're already doing a really impressive job. This weekend, I was actually in Santa Rosa. I was just kind of trying to compare. And last weekend, I was in Harrisburg. And I mentioned I live in a lot of different cities, not just internationally, but also in the US as well. I live in Pasadena, in Boston, in Cambridge, in LA. I'm trying to think like what would be the moderate amount or appropriate amount for a city of any size. Really, there's no right answer. It really depends on what does the art really bring to the people who live there. I kind of disagree with one of the other interviewee who said people don't really feel the need or like the function of the art. For me, art is such a prevalent part of our life, especially in a country like the US. If you go to any major city, rural area, it really reflects who you are. For me, I really hope like Brentwood can do something that's a little bit unique that reflects our rural culture. Kind of rural history, maybe not the culture. I'm not sure, because we're like, what's the difference between the same size of us as compared to like Pleasanton or compared to Dublin or compared to Fremont in the Bay Area? And how do we differentiate ourselves to to cities like Santa Rosa, which is about twice of our size, but then to Hillsburg, which is famous for its art scene, but much less population, from us. Like, how do we balance like our population?
So before you keep going on, I
Sorry.
got a lot of other people we got
Okay.
interview still. So which one is your favorite and why?
Which one of the public art?
Yeah.
Okay. My favorite is the painting of the stairs by the Liberty High School students in Creekside Park. So I witnessed it before when it was just bare concrete, and then magically somewhere, I went to the next day, or next week, and then had all these, blue paintings with different animals and all that. And that's something so readily available. It was done by the Liberty High School. And I also noticed on the list of arts, it seems like Liberty High School is very involved in the public art project, but not so much the other high schools and the other schools. So maybe we could get other schools to be more engaged as well.
What do you feel is missing when it comes to public art in Brentwood?
I just haven't really find like maybe a theme. Like, what is the theme that Brentwood wants? All these art, like, they have a story, like a common thread that we're trying to tell people. When I mentioned all the other city I lived in, there's always something iconic. Like, we have so many art, but there isn't an iconic piece yet, I feel. And not all of them are really connected. Like, some of the sculptures are mostly copper and bronze based. Maybe the material is similar, but what is actually the connection between those on Balfour versus that's on Veterans? Like, the coyote, why was it at the Veterans Park? We're not really weaving the art into the history of the culture or the stories of our lives in Brentwood. And how do we reflect our growing population as well, and embracing our this farming history.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Sorry, you're on mute.
Thank you for that, Sheri. Sorry about that.
No worries.
This position is okay. This position is a commitment to attend monthly meetings on the third Wednesday of each month and subcommittee meetings as necessary. Do you have a conflict that would make it difficult for you to serve as a commissioner?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheri.
You're welcome, Johnny.
Ms. Tang, the last question is, why do you think that you would make a good arts commissioner?
I have, through my professional career, collaborated with a lot of artists. I started my career at Disney, so I'm very used to be kind of like a messenger between the boss, here is the public, and with the artist. So, like, how do you become this middle person to really think about how do you collaborate between, and also to kind of merge and fuse different voices when the art piece is being presented, because art for me has so many different functions. It could be a healing piece. It could be a community encouragement. It could be a spirit, showing the spirit of a particular event that happened, a particular mark, like a centennial celebration. So it's part of celebration of our life, whether it's for happiness, for sadness, for all kinds of emotions. And I have so many kind of knowledge through all my different travels. I have seen a lot of art all around the world. So I feel like I can bring those experience into how I can in some way shape how Brentwood will grow from this point on. Like I said, I do believe Brentwood already has very rich art in our city, but how do we take it to the next level? And I also do hope we can marriage our increasing diversity, which I present because of my background and my travel experiences, and then my professional experience where I has always collaborated with artists. So I'm hoping to bring all those, the personal and the professional world, into this public space as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Since you've already heard the last portion of the spiel, I'll have Margaret put you in the breakout session.
Wait, I have some
Okay.
follow-up questions.
Sure.
You say that I think in looking at aren't you a lawyer or legal?
Yes,
or,
I'm a lawyer. Yes.
So how I guess I'm having a difficult time. What do you do for these artists? I mean, you say that you connect between the artist and your boss.
Whoever is the boss is. So I give the example of I was working at Disney. I transitioned in many different departments at Disney. Initially, I was on the wireless mobile team, and I went to Disney Publishing, and I also was working on Disney tie-in promotions. Even though as a lawyer, you still have to interact with creative people, trying to help them to get projects funded, get projects going on the way. So you always have to collaborate with them to see, there's just so many different facets. Like on a game, the very first game I worked on was Pirates of the Caribbean, the mobile version. And you really have to, as a lawyer, juggling the deadlines, the creativity, the fundings, all these different things. So there are many ways you do interact a lot and collaborate a lot with the artists in my field, because I was an in-house counsel. I was inside Disney, just as many different layers of how a project can be put under the way.
Okay, and part of the art commission, the commissioner should be knowledgeable about the arts and represent a cross-section and distribution of membership among the major art and cultural fields, which may include one or more of the following: architecture, dance, art, education, fiber arts, literature, music, painting, performing arts, photography, ceramics, sculpture, murals, visual arts, functional arts, and crafts. Although you may have, it sounds like you're handling the production of items and the legal aspects of the production. How are you, what art background do you bring to this?
Sure. So I studied Chinese calligraphy and traditional art when I was very young. My family has a lot of background in that art, and I also played piano and flute growing up, and I love dancing personally. I dance a lot, and I have also dabbled a little bit in photography. So I think I really appreciate art. I wouldn't call myself anything professional, but I appreciate the expression of art. I also like expressive arts. I was the VP of education for Toastmaster. It's one form for me, it's one form of kind of performing expressive arts, the speaking, and so for me, art could be so many things. Like one of my best friends, she is an artist that walks around collecting fallen flowers and leaves and put them into a mirror. And so I would like to call myself also an artist because I would draw and everything. So I would say I'm artistic. I'm an ally of many artists, a friend of many artists. But yeah, I'm not a professional artist.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from other council members at this time? Okay, then thank you very much, Ms. Tang, and we will have our city clerk put you in the breakout session, and we will make a decision on this appointment tonight. So thank you for your application.
Thank you, council members.
The next applicant is Dianna Govnik. And Dianna, if you can hear me, if you could go ahead and enable your audio and video.
Unmute. Okay, hello.
Hi, Ms. Govnik. Is there a way that you could enable your video also?
Okay, I'm trying. It's not, oh, it's not responding. Excuse me. Barbara? My sister said, help me. Oops, where'd it go? I'm back here. It's at the bottom. I can see him.
I know. Try.
Oh, there it is. Okay, wait. Okay.
Not. Hi, hold on one second. Do what you did before. Okay, now,
Share content?
yeah.
Try that.
No, you don't want to share contact. You just content. You just want to share your video.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember where it is on the mobile app. I can't remember. It should be like
Start video and it's hashed out, but I can't find it.
Click, just see if you can push on that.
I tried that.
Background filter means say the host asked. Okay.
Do you have a smartphone?
Yes,
Okay.
I have an iPhone.
should be in the bottom left-hand corner, I believe, of your main screen.
Can we go back and start over?
Should I go the other way? I can't seem to get the camera to work. Oh, here's a silly question. I had a selfie on earlier. Is that the problem? Is my camera turned around?
We don't see anything. All we see is your name, iPhone.
Okay. Excuse me for just 1 second.
I think you got to go all the way back and go back into Zoom again, the meeting again.
Okay.
No, not that. Go back to Zoom. Go back to the whole Zoom thing.
Okay.
Like you're just starting over.
Oh, I've been waiting and waiting. I'm so excited about this. So,
Don't worry, we're waiting
Can
for
we
you.
go off and come back on again?
Margaret, do you have a host capability to turn on, you know how you can mute someone and unmute them? Do you have that capability with their cameras? I don't know.
I can stop the video or ask her to start her video. So let me see if I ask to start video. See if that will work.
Let's see if you get a pop-up, Dianna.
okay, let me see. If you get a pop-up, let me see. Unable to access camera again. Allow Zoom. Okay,
Yes.
I put yes, and then I still get you, but I don't think you see me.
No, she doesn't see you till this goes away.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try something else. Hold
This
on.
is my sister Barbara. She's a live.
If I lose you, we'll be back, hopefully. What I have to do is go out and re-go back on Zoom.
Should we move on to the next person, Mayor, and come back to Dianna?
If council's okay with that, we can certainly do that.
Yeah.
Sorry,
It's okay.
I
That's
checked my app to make sure it worked before you called. So
Well, then, Ms. Govnik, we will come back to you very shortly.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next applicant is Rosalinda. So I think we've got her video and audio enabled.
Good evening, Rosalinda. How are you this evening?
Good morning, or good. Yes, I've been waiting all day for this. I'm doing well, thank you.
Well, thank you for putting your application in again. And so you've been through this process before. And so I will, in order to expedite the time, I will just turn the process questioning over to Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Rosalinda. I'm your first question. So how do you think we can engage the public for more feedback on city projects? And I know you've been on, but is there any ideas that you've been thinking about to get people more engaged?
Well, we really feel that the art, first of all, educating the community about the Arts Commission, that the city of Brentwood actually has an Arts Commission and what that function is. We really are a little bit invisible, and we feel, a little bit of a stronger, some sort of a marketing push or some aim towards marketing that will help us engage. Social media obviously is a huge platform to engage a number of, or quite a large component of the community. However, we do also have a large retirement component that don't always engage in social media. So, I think that attacking that with our local papers, some of the signage that we've seen around that sort of a coming to outlining our projects that are happening might help with that also. It's a huge area that needs to be opened up a little bit broader, I feel. And part of that starts with educating the community about what the Arts Commission is and what public art is. And then we can have the discussion of what that brings to a community and how that builds our community.
Great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Meyer.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Do you feel it is important to work with artists that are local when it comes to public art projects? Why or why not?
I do. I think there are areas that within the public art arena that allows for local artists to be engaged. However, I do feel, local is when you say local, I see that as sort of a smaller area. We could actually broaden that a little bit more because, the Bay Area could be considered local as well. And there are quite a lot of artists within our Bay Area. And so I do think that there is definitely an area to engage our local artists, as we see through our utility box projects and so on. When the projects become larger, I think it's important that we closely vet the artists that we're looking at that have experience in the whole process of installing larger art projects. It's a different ball game completely.
Great point. Thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm doing well. This process makes me a little bit nervous. Even though I've been through it, this is a little bit different, but I'm doing okay.
So how many public art pieces are there in Brentwood?
Oh my goodness. Oh, now you've got me. Well, I wasn't prepared for that one. We do have quite an extensive list of public artworks that continues to grow. And we have been really focused on bringing that more public and with a map to those particular projects in our community so that so that people who investigate can go out and actually look at these projects. There are quite a number of them, Councilmember Rary. You've caught me a little off guard there, and that's not a number that I've held in my head securely, but I certainly will after this evening.
So I know that a lot of the art has come in front of you over the years, but how many of them have you actually gone out and looked at?
I'd say probably close to half of them. There are quite a number that I have driven by that that I'm not, that, I mean, I've been in this community for 21 years, and this community has changed, just constantly in those 21 years. And it's great to see, some of the development, of course, and then some of the art projects that go along with that. I do, since I've been on the Arts Commission, I do make sure that I attend all of the ribbon cuttings for all of the new artwork. But aside from that, I have actually I probably know where half of them are intimately located. And some of the others that are tucked away in parks and such, I have to admit, there are a few that I have not seen.
Okay. And which of the public art pieces is your favorite and why?
Favorite? Well, having a favorite is difficult. I think each and every one has its message and that fits into our community. I particularly enjoy working with the PATA kids from start to finish. I think their projects have been impressive just in the way that they approach them, research them, present them, and accomplish them. And doing that together as a group, I think as a community, they become a community of artists when they accomplish these projects together, which is really amazing. It sort of gives them a little bit of backbone to go out, to understand that they can approach these projects or approach things in life as a team, working together to accomplish something. I do have a special place in my heart for some of those PATA projects.
Okay. And what do you feel is missing when it comes to public art in Brentwood?
That's a good question. I think that it's a big question, actually. I do feel that there is so much going on. I think Brentwood needs to create the opportunity for educating the community about public art, what it means. It can have such emotional power within our community to sort of communicate messages and break down barriers and talk about things, just offer a discussion about what is this and why is this. I think there are opportunities also to create artwork that is incorporated in the infrastructure of developments. For instance, there are artistic approaches to developing solar power or solar energy that are actually art components. So they sort of work together to bring these great live, active, sometimes kinetic art structures that are actually functioning as solar, or energy building, or something that brings to the forefront something for people to talk about. Why is this going on? How is this working? How is this happening? Isn't it cool that we have this kind of art installation that's actually solar, generating solar power or some such thing? We have a great opportunity perhaps to talk about that with the development at Trilogy, incorporating some artwork that is beautiful, but also very functional, very purposeful.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Hello, Rosalinda.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is my question. This position requires a commitment to attend monthly meetings on the third Wednesday of each month and subcommittee meetings as necessary. Do you have any conflict that would make it difficult for you to serve as a commissioner?
Absolutely not. I think over the years, I've only missed I can count on one hand the times that I've missed for one reason or another, but it is on my calendar as a regular event, and it takes priority there. I've also been involved with ad hoc committees, and my time has been pretty open and available to do that, to participate in those committees.
Thank you, Rosalinda.
Thank you.
Okay.
And now the last question. I'm sure you've had some time over the years to really put a lot of thought into this one. Why do you think that you would make a good arts commissioner?
I love the idea of, helping Brentwood become a creative community and doing these projects that start to put Brentwood on the map as an art place. I have worked with, as you know, quite a number, or if not all, of the art organizations here in the city of Brentwood and a little bit further out as well. And bringing that all together, I love it. Joel and Mayor Bryant, I should say, sorry. And I would like to continue with the work that I do for the city of Brentwood as an arts commissioner. I enjoy the process, and like I said, helping to make Brentwood a more creative community.
Well, thank you very much for that answer. And I just noticed that you have a blossom on your shoulder.
It's a banner. It's a banner from the Banner Up project.
Well, it's the same blossom that we're seeing all over town now, the cherry and everything, so it's great. Thank you again so much for your application and your interview. At this time, I will have Margaret put you in one of the side rooms, and then we will have the discussion and the appointment tonight. So thank you so much, Rosalinda.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'll bring Dianna Govnik back in. And Dianna, if you can unmute your phone. Oh.
Yeah, the camera was off. Hi.
Success. It's wonderful to see you.
It was under the app. Somehow the camera was off, and my sister realized that. Sorry.
That is okay. We appreciate your time tonight, and thank you for the application for the Arts Commission. So what will happen is tonight we'll have each of the council members ask you a question. Then at the end, we will have you placed in a breakout room. Council will make the recommendations tonight. And so at this time, I'll turn it to Council Member Mendoza to begin the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hello. Your first question. How do you think we can engage the public for more feedback on city art projects?
Well, I taught graphic art, so I know how important advertising is and getting the word out. So, and there's all kinds of ways to do that. Posters, banners. I just happened across your article in the press for this, but I'm sure there's other ways to do that. My son and my sister are very good at, the more technical things, but I know about advertising and designing the advertisement just so that it would be effective.
Right. Thank you.
And I think you can get some of the organizations in town to participate. Schools, of course, I've done that for quite a while. And there's all, lots. I'm sorry, I'm nervous now, but anyway, I think advertising. And if you have something annual and then people get a hold of it, then they're used to it. Like the little market place downtown. You kind of know that, you know, it has a season, you're used to it, and you look forward to it. And the event, the little ice skating rink, and the little things that happen in the city.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome.
Councilmember Meyer.
Hello. Please don't be nervous. Happy that you're here.
Thank you.
Grateful that you're taking your time to help us out here and fill the commission. So don't be nervous.
I see a lot of art around you.
This is my tiki lounge.
Nice.
Thank you. Do you feel it's important to work with artists that are local when it comes to public art projects? Why or why not?
Well, they would have a feel of what's going on here. When some of the little electric stands were painted, then they have the fruit and the things that Brentwood is known for. So that's important. They would also have kind of a handle on the diversity that's here. That was one of the things that was really attractive to me when I moved here in 2019. So they would have a handle on who lives here. And you want to speak, you know, art has an audience. And so you'd want to speak to a local audience, make it appealing. So yeah, I try to use local talent.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Rary.
Good evening.
Hi. Sorry, I made you wait.
I've got multiple questions in mind.
Okay.
So, do you know how many public art pieces there are in Brentwood?
I do not, but I've noticed some of the public art around, and even some things that are a little more casual, like perhaps seasonal, like when the menorah went up. I thought that was really cool. And, you know, I know that they were redoing the little sign downtown. I noticed that. And I have noticed all the little paintings on the utility boxes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So, in all, how many art pieces, public art pieces, do you think you've seen throughout our city?
Probably about a half a dozen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which one is your favorite and why?
Well, there's a painting on a utility box of the cherries, and you know, it's been known, Brentwood's been known for cherry season for years and years. If you'd never been to Brentwood, you knew that. So it was pretty typical. I liked the highlighting in it. I liked the repetition in it. I thought it was really well done.
Okay. And what do you feel is missing when it comes to public art in Brentwood?
What's missing? Inclusion. I would say I'd want to make sure that little kids of every color or creed would realize that they're part of it. And that's really important to me, because when I taught high school, a lot of the theory that came through was typically Western art, but there's a whole lot more that goes into the art world. And so I'd want to make sure that it was inclusive.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Hi, Diane.
Hi.
Here's my question. This position requires a commitment to attend monthly meetings on the third Wednesday of each month and subcommittee meetings as necessary. Do you have any conflict that would make it difficult for you to serve as a commissioner?
No, I'm retired. So
Congratulations.
Thanks. And that was one of the things that was appealing to me, because I haven't, you know, quote, participated and except privately. I've been painting, of course, but in 5 years I haven't worked. So I thought, gee, maybe it's time to do something. And my son and his family moved here, and so I'm very interested in the city. I'm impressed by the city, and I'd like to participate.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Govnik, the last question is, why do you think that you would make a good arts commissioner?
Well, to be honest with you, the reason I got into art education was I had painted for many years, but I took a class and I went in there and I said, oh, it smells like a place I'd want to be every day, right? Well, when I read the article in the press, I said, wow, that sounds like something I'd like to do. I would like to contribute to the city. And I know a lot about art, and I eat and breathe it. And my son moved here, and my grandson is only 8 months here. And I like to make sure that I make a contribution to the city, and it's going to matter. So.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So at this time, what we will do is we will have our city clerk put you in one of the breakout sessions. We'll finish the interviews, and then we'll have council discussion and appointment tonight. So thank you so much. And if you can stick around for a bit, we will choose these positions tonight.
Well,
2 of them will be.
Thank you for coming back to me when I had that technical problem.
No problem. I think everyone over the last couple of years at one time or another has experienced technical difficulties through Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much.
So hold on just for a short period of time.
Thank you.
The final applicant is Elena Patchin. Elena, if you could unmute and start your video.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Is there a way for you to start your video so that we can also see you?
Okay, let's see. Can you see me now?
We cannot. We have your name, but we don't see you.
Okay, I don't know why my video is not starting. Sorry about that.
That is okay. We can hold on for a few minutes to see if we can remedy that.
I don't know why my video is not starting. I am so sorry.
Okay, well, if council is okay.
Or can we have Margaret try and send that invitation again?
We can certainly do that.
Yeah, it'll ask me to stop her video, and I'll see if it can restart, if that will help.
Okay.
It may be in her Zoom settings.
And I'm trying to figure out what's happening with my Zoom setting, but I don't see anything that I am. Let's see. I'm not sure what's causing the video not to start. I'm not that techie. Because according to everything that I'm looking at, it should be starting, but it's not.
Well, if it's okay with council, and it looks like there might be some actual technical issues. There's a gray box showing that isn't the norm. if it's okay with council, we can do the verbal interview.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
I think I saw a couple of nods.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Ms. Patchin, what we'll do is we're going to have council ask each council member will ask you a question. We've asked the same questions of each applicant. And so what I'll do is I'll have council member Mendoza begin the questions, and we'll get started if that's okay.
That sounds good.
Hello, hope you're doing well. Your first question is, how do you think we can engage the public for more feedback on city art projects?
You know, we should put more shows. You know, you guys do an excellent job with your art shows. Just have, you know, the community be aware via invitations on the paper, have just more community awareness, because I think that you guys, as I see when I drive through Brentwood, you guys do a great job already with, you know, a lot of the arts from the high schools they have done all over the city and different things. So it's already going in the right direction. We just need to get people more involved by maybe, you know, putting it on the paper, or when you guys have your different kinds of public gatherings, just maybe, you know, bring it up and have that be more out there. A lot of people ignore it, even though they enjoy it. They don't realize it, you know, they don't realize that it's something that everybody enjoys. And just, you know, like your eyes are the windows to your mind, and we see it. Sometimes you don't acknowledge it, but it's there and we appreciate it. And I think that we need to be more verbally aware. So bringing it up with, you know, anywhere we can.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. My question is, do you feel it's important to work with local artists when it comes to public art projects? Why or why not?
Absolutely. We need to promote the people within our city, and of course, bring people for wherever we can. I'm a big believer that we should have art everywhere, because, you know, this is what I love. Kids and local artists, outside artists. I think it just enhances the city when you do that. And, you know, art makes people happy. So the more we can get people to be happy, the more they will come and shop here and hang around here. And that's what we want.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Rary.
Good evening. I've got mine's multi questions. So,
okay,
you know how many public art pieces there are in Brentwood?
Do I know how many?
Uh-huh.
No, I don't. There's a lot. Well, I see them all over the place, you know, because I see whatever those things are that in every corner.
Okay.
They're great. I love them. I see them everywhere. And in fact, I saw one today that I haven't seen. You know, I never saw it because I don't drive that way, but I saw it by accident. I thought, you know, these are so incredible. They just, whoever did them, was it the high schoolers or whoever, did an amazing job. I think it looks amazing. You guys did a great job promoting our city that way.
So of the art pieces, the public art pieces that are out there, including the utility boxes, about how many do you think you've been to?
Well, I don't know. I've seen over 20 or 30 for sure.
Okay. And which one is your favorite and why?
Well, I love all of them, but one of my favorites, because I drive at that corner every day, is the corner that's across the street from Burger King with the
wall.
Thank you. I know. Yes, it's beautiful. It just really stands out. It makes that corner just pop. And I think whoever did it did an amazing job. So that is one of my favorite. That's a lot of work. And I just the fact that it took so much work, it's incredible.
I believe that was one of our Liberty Public Art Design Academies.
Oh, really? I figured that it was.
Projects.
It's really, they did an excellent job. The kids there are so great. A lot of them were my students, so I really feel great about that.
Oh, good.
I taught art for 15 years at Discovery Bay Elementary in Timber Point, and a lot of, all those kids ended up at the high school. So I'm very proud of them because I really worked them hard. They did an amazing job for me because I was pushing them all the time to be better. And a lot of the kids that I taught, kids that were not academic, ended up going into the art field. So I was very proud of that because, as you know, a lot of the kids that really excelled in my classrooms were the Spanish speaking children, because instead of watching videos, they're doing art projects at home. And so those kids were not, academically great because of language barriers and all those things, but they really excelled in the art field. And I was very proud when they got into high school and they continued to take art and moved on to art careers. So, I felt really proud of that because I worked so hard with them and they were so adorable and just, they do such a great job.
So what do you feel is missing when it comes to public art in Brentwood?
I think it's people awareness, and it's not, you guys do more than most cities as far as, promoting arts. I think that people, they're not aware. They see it and they enjoy it, and they keep on walking. They don't stand there, like me, I stand there and I look at it. I think that the more we can do to promote it, more art shows, more art related type things would probably is what we need.
What type of pieces do you think? Not art shows, but what type of pieces that are out in our community or parts of town that need pieces of art?
Well, I think in some of I don't know how many public empty spaces you have, but if you have any small empty spaces, lots, that instead of putting grass, you can put gravel and a little walkway. And if we can put some, art pieces there for people to enjoy, that really will enhance, I think, just those empty spaces. I always, I drive around and I look at empty spaces and I keep thinking, oh, well, we can have sculptures there, fun, colorful sculptures like they do in San Francisco. You drive in some of the areas that are not so appealing and all of a sudden you see an amazing piece of art and you go, oh, wow, that looks incredible. But, we want that in our city. And I think that people enjoy it. I know they don't say anything, but they really do. And I still think you guys do a great job with what you have already. But I think that the more we can make them aware and just pop things anywhere where we have a little space, that would be, great. Especially if you can get, high schoolers involved and senior centers. I now work as a life enrichment director for a senior center. And these people have had experiences all their lives. And so I continue to teach art and they come up with some really amazing pieces. So if we can get people involved in doing like major projects, that would be great.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Hello, Elaine. Here's my question. This position requires a commitment to attend monthly meetings on the third Wednesday of each month and subcommittee meetings as necessary. Do you have any conflict that would make it difficult for you to serve as a commissioner?
Not at all. No, I live right by downtown, so it's not a problem, and I have a lot of free time. My kids are all grown. My husband passed away, so I have plenty of free time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Patchin, we have one more question, and this is it. Why do you think that you would make a good arts commissioner?
Probably because I love it so much. I mean, I do. And it's, if you saw my house, there's art everywhere. There's not a little square in my walls that doesn't have any art. And I just love it. I've been doing art-related things all my life, and it makes me happy. And I think that, it's something that people need and that we have lacked for so many years. And it's time for people to just enjoy the arts. It's an area that a lot of times gets neglected, and I think it needs to be brought to the forefront.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so very much for your application and interview. At this time, we're going to have our city clerk put you in a breakout room, and city council will discuss these applications. There are 2 positions for 3 years and 1 position to fulfill the term expiring December 31st, 2022. We will make those decisions tonight. So thank you so very much for your application. We greatly appreciate it.
You're very welcome. And thank you. Nice meeting everyone.
Nice meeting you as well.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll open it up for council discussion of the applicants. And once the discussion is concluded, I will ask each member of council to provide me the names of their top 2 candidates from first to last.
I can start it. I like Rosalinda. I think she's great. One thing she mentioned that I hadn't thought about is, we all know about the, in Paris they have the City of Lights because they use nuclear energy, so they have a lot of extra energy. But I never thought about using solar for something like that. It would be great to do some kind of like City of Lights with a solar installation. And I never thought about that even being possible here because, I just always thought about the energy source. So I think that was fantastic. And I think she's been on enough that now she's starting to go, okay, this is working, this isn't working. So this is something she wanted. I really liked Arthur Hermann, and I worked for Gap Inc. for 14 years, and the Fisher family that owns Gap Inc. has the largest private collection of art. And the way and they share their art with everyone. I mean, you've probably seen the bow and arrow on the Embarcadero. They commissioned that, paid for it, everything. And their building inside is, Warhol's, everything. It's insane. And the way he talked about sharing art is kind of how I felt when I worked for Gap Inc. and their desire to always share art, the Fisher family. And if you saw them in the hallway, they would talk to you about it and get you excited about it and educate you about it. I just loved his energy, and that's what it took me back to, is someone that really, really loves it and wants to share it. And I think that it would be great to have a teacher. And I'm not sure, I know Elena said she was a teacher, but I'm not sure if it said a couple times a month. I'm not sure if it was a docent or a teacher. Dianna looks like she was an active teacher for 25 years in art. She talked about the highlighting and the repetition, like I'm not that great at art, but the fact that she knows about art, I think is helpful. And then what really got me is when she talked about inclusion and that children should see themselves in the art. So that's when she got me, especially seeing what happened today at Ron Nunn Elementary School. I think that we need to educate people, and maybe it's through our art, about the varying races and religions and all the different demographics that we have in Brentwood. So that today meant, I think, probably more than it usually would, just because of what happened. So those would be my 3.
Go next. I love Councilmember as well. The way he talked about getting people to experience something, and I know that with a lot of the art projects that come in, that they send the miniature scale projects, at least the gateway projects, and even being able to have like an open house on that, to be able for the public to come in and give some feedback to it before it gets decided on. Let them experience it in that way. And the fact of doing a treasure hunt for the different things that are out there, I just thought that was so cool. It is something that we could do, a treasure hunt for the different, because I don't think people realize how many pieces of art we have out in the city. I did like Rosalinda. I've worked with her on an ad hoc for the Gateway. I I've appreciated her thoughts on art. And I think that she'll continue to do a good job for us in there. I, again, also like the fact of having one of the two teachers. I like the energy of Elena and the way she visualized art. So those are the ones that I liked.
Okay. Damien?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, sorry for the interruption, but it's a little bit after 7 o'clock. If you can make an announcement for those who may have just signed on to the live stream that the special meeting is running a little bit late, so we'll be starting the regular meeting a little bit later than we normally would.
I will be happy to do so.
Thank you.
For those that have just signed onto the live stream, our special meeting is running a little bit longer than anticipated, and we will move over to our city regularly planned city council meeting just as soon as possible. So thank you.
This live stream doesn't talk to anyone on the other live stream. So I don't know if someone from staff maybe goes to the other live stream and tells them, because right now it's just the people, it's just the Granicus or whatever.
And I'm unable to log into the other Zoom meeting while I'm in this Zoom meeting. So I'm not sure if somebody else could.
Yeah, why don't we adjourn from this link here and jump on that next link and then continue the discussion, then the public can be a part of that discussion as well.
I don't recall seeing that other link. Is that?
In the email, we had the 3 links. If you just go back.
It's got all 3?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Then we will adjourn from here. Do I need a motion to adjourn from here, Damien?
Would view this as just a brief recess, Mr. Mayor, to go from one platform to another. I think we can just recess right now and go straight to the other platform.
We will do so.
There.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer, did you? Oh, she's gone. Okay, I'll see her there.
And Mayor, just a suggestion maybe to repeat your announcement you did earlier.
I will do so. Do we have a quorum of council on yet? Yes, we do. Okay, so this is for those that are just joining us in the regular scheduled council meeting. We have a special council meeting that is still going on that ran longer than anticipated. And we will complete that regarding the interview process for the arts commissioners. And then we will, as soon as we are able to, begin our regularly scheduled council meeting for this evening. And if I could ask Councilmember Rary, the 3 recommendations, first, second, and third,
My first is Hermann. My second one was Rosalinda, and my third was Elena.
Thank you. And Councilmember Mendoza, your first, second, and third? That you recommended already?
Yeah, it was Arthur Hermann, Rosalinda Grejsen, and Dianna Govnik.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I will keep this brief, considering we're running a little late. Arthur Hermann, he would be my first. What I liked best beyond the treasure hunt was the way he talked about welcoming people in a very kind and open way that was kind of non-judgmental. You don't have to understand this. You just have to know that you like it kind of thing. I appreciated that. So he's my first. My second is Rosalinda. I also loved the kinetic and the solar art projects that she was talking about. Thought that was great, and that she wanted to help Brentwood to be a creative community. Love that line. And my third is actually Dianna. And my favorite thing about what she said was also about the inclusion and representation. I think she was talking about art outside of Western art, and then also wanting to contribute and participate in the city and make a difference. So those are my three in order.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of really good people. I'm also, Rosalinda would be number one. Arthur would be number two. Golly, what a tough between Elaine and Diane. I'd go with Elaine as number three.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with everyone so far on the first two. My first would be Rosalinda. She has just done an outstanding job. She has great experience at this point, that she knows the process, and she's been through several big processes. I think she would be an absolutely invaluable representative on Art Commission, still bringing her artistic eye and her ability to bring the council, the Arts Commission together to a successful conclusion on some very difficult decisions. She's really good at that as well. And so she would be my first. And I agree, Mr. Hermann, I can't not smile when I think about him. His energy and his passion for art is just so encouraging. And that's what we need in our community. And, the whole world this time is a lot more positive energy. And he has it in bucket loads. And so I am so thankful for his application as well. So he would be my number two. And it was very difficult for me between Ms. Patchin and Ms. Govnik. But I do agree, the thing that really made the difference for me for my number three was Ms. Govnik, in exactly what has been mentioned earlier, the bringing in global viewpoints of what art is, that represents what matters to not just different ethnicities, but different cultures and different experiences around the world as well. And so I would recommend her as my third. And so Margaret, if you could run add all these numbers up for us, that would be greatly appreciated. So we have three that have Mr. Arthur Hermann as their primary choice, two that have him as their number two choice. We have three that have Rosalinda as their second choice, and two that have her as the first. And we have three that have Ms. Govnik as their third choice, and two that have Ms. Elena Patchin as their third choice. So at this time, are there any questions or concerns regarding those? Okay. So then I will ask, based upon the application materials, the interviews, our discussion, and your recommendation, here is who I will recommend appointing to the Arts Commission. Applicant one for the first 3-year term would be Mr. Arthur Hermann. Applicant two for the second 3-year term would be Rosalinda Grejsen. And applicant three to complete the expiring term, December 31st, 22, would be Ms. Dianna Govnik. We'll now take a vote upon each of these applicants. So applicant one, Mr. Arthur Hermann, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Arthur Hermann as a Arts Commissioner.
Second.
We have a first. Yes, Damien.
And just a point of clarification for these appointments, Mr. Mayor, since they're your recommendations, you don't need to have a motion for these. You just make the recommendation and then the council votes on it. So it's fine you did, but you don't need to do that for these. You just take the vote.
Thank you. Well, then, if I could take a vote for Mr. Arthur Hermann and Ms. Rosalinda Grejsen for the 3-year terms, and Dianna Govnik for the fulfillment of the December 31st, 2022 remnant of that term. So
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
My apologies, I had to unmute in 2 spots. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the applicants for your participation. It's always wonderful when it's a difficult process and a difficult decision. And we did have some wonderful applicants that applied. And I think that our choice, and thank you, Council, for your consideration. I think that this commission is going to represent our community very well. So before we conclude this, I'm going to ask if we conclude this. I need a motion for the conclusion of this, and then we'll start our regularly scheduled council meeting. Would you like to take a 5-minute recess before that, or would you like to go immediately into it?
It's going to be a long evening. I think taking a 5-minute break is good.
I feel bad doing that to the people who just tuned in, but I could use a little break too. Real short.
Yeah, I think tonight's going to go pretty long.
Okay, so at this time then, do I have a motion for adjournment for the special meeting?
So moved.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we are adjourned from the special meeting. We will have a 5-minute recess and we will re-adjourn in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, looks like everyone is back and ready. So at this time, we will call to order the February 22nd City Council Successor Agency and Brentwood Infrastructure Financing Authority meeting. And we do have a quorum. If I could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. If you could join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received no written public comments on items that were submitted to the City Clerk prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided, and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I have 5 hands raised. Let me go ahead and share my timer screen. I'll start with Cinziana, followed by Carolina. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. As part of public comments, I would like to bring up the fact that Margaret, who's of course amazing, always mentions in her script before public comments that someone will get back to the speakers or a staff person will respond as appropriate. I brought up Brentwood's homeless issue so many times in the last half a year, and nobody contacted me with a status or any kind of statistics that I've asked for. I am not able to find this data on the city website. That's the reason why I come here and ask for it. I brought up, it is a real problem. And we all know that, and we all realize it. Maybe we just don't want to admit it. The homeless encampment at Park and Ride keeps growing. No improvement there. I also see people going at night and actually feeding the homeless and bringing supplies and so on. I'm not saying that is wrong, but it is unjust for the people who live around it, around that particular encampment, and have to suffer the garbage and all the nuisance that that particular settlement brings. Also, homeless-related incidents around the city are increasing. They might not be reported, but residents constantly mention them on social media, in their conversations with their neighbors, and so on. My friends, in particular, are training for marathons in this time of the year, and they try to use Marsh Creek Trail. They cannot, since homeless and housed people either camp at various locations or occupy the benches, endangering the residents who go out for, again, physical activity, training for, charitable causes, or run or walk with their family. So please, I am expecting a response, a press release, something that will tell residents what's going on and what the city does to keep us safe and eliminate this nuisance from our beautiful Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina, followed by Rod. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. Yeah, I looked through the agenda and consent calendar. I'd like somebody to pull C2, and I think C3 is related to C2. I could be wrong. In regards to Bill SB 1383, I know it passed. I have no idea how we're planning on implementing that as a city and what it means for the residents. I'd really love some clarification. So if one of the city council members could pull that so that we could get a little more information other than the fact that we were going to comply, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Rod, followed by Lillian. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to say something tonight about the excellent job that the Districting Commission has done. I attended 3 of the 4 meetings by Zoom just to sit in and watch. They were amazing. Basically, I think the public doesn't have a real good idea. They're working with something called census blocks, which block is a very unrealistic term for what those things are. They do not resemble an actual rectangular shape of any kind. So it's difficult to put the thing together, keep the neighborhoods together. I saw a great deal of consideration on the part of all 5 commissioners. They went through all of their concerns. Everything was done rationally, calmly, and congenially. And in the end, they came up with a solution. And I'd like to say that nobody there had any concern with where any city council member lived, which was very refreshing because, as you know, we had quite a bit of trouble with that the first time around. So I just want to say that Brentwood has a lot of very highly qualified people, and we saw that in display. And again tonight with the Arts Commission, I just was wanting to watch and see the applicants, and wow, what a group! Just amazing people come forward in our town. One thing I will note is that we tend to rely a lot on our retired people because people that are still working are still unfortunately working out of town for the most part and have monster commutes. And I know that I used to be a super commuter myself. I would commute to Cupertino every day. So it is unfortunate that we can't find a way to make sure that we include more people. I think it's off-putting to ask people, hey, do you have enough time to do this? If they're volunteering to do it, I think they have enough time. It's, all of these things are in the evening. It's no worse than being in a bowling league. I think most people could do it if we gave them a chance. I think that the time commitments they have are they're on the road and they can't do it, or they just got home and they need to spend a little time with their family every day. And I know how challenging that can be as well. So I hope we can continue this tradition of involving as much of the community as possible. We have amazing people in Brentwood, and I think we've seen that in the examples I've given tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lillian, followed by Danny Dorman. Lillian, go ahead.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Bryant and Vice Mayor Rodriguez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have lots of problems with technology today. I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank all of you, including the city manager and the police department and all the staff at the city of Brentwood for your support of the community chest this last December. We feel it was very successful. Hopefully next year we can go back to our normal way of doing things. The drive-through was very quick and very efficient, but doesn't have that Brentwood hometown feeling. So I just want to thank you for your continued support. That's all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Thank you. Let's talk about public housing. When I was a kid growing up in San Francisco, I lived in a public housing neighborhood. The concept of public affordable housing is not new. Potrero Hill, where I was raised, in the 1850s was designed primarily for immigrants to work the docks on the southern part of the bay. After World War II, the Potrero Hill Public Housing Projects was created to assist those after the war, many of which were what would be considered today as living below the poverty rate. In essence, the self-enclosed, self-sufficient, low-income community was created to lend a helping hand for those who need it. And I'm certainly not opposed to low-income housing, but location is everything. Not the location relative to a social economic status, but the status of proximity to work. The projects I grew up in were right up the street from the blocks. Many tenants who lived there for the ease of going to work. It was a godsend to low-income families. Now take this into consideration when we talk about Brentwood and low-income housing. We have a vibrant agriculture workplace. We have many people who work these jobs with very little pay. It makes sense to provide an opportunity to live where they work, just as the workers who lived in Potrero Hill. But our vibrant agriculture is diminishing, and the sad fact of life is people will move where the work is, which now brings me to the O'Hara debacle of low-income housing. Yes, we have teachers, we have salespeople et al. Who would love to get a rental break, but these folks are not the first pick to move to these complexes. It will be new residents that get the first bite at the apple, to live in a town that is slowly descending with well-paying jobs. In closing, with the O'Hara projects, and as I think it was Susanna who mentioned before about people getting back to you, I really hope somebody will, because that project is ludicrous. The fact that the church is imposing you guys and the city to come up with some way to add infrastructure and streets when they packed it to the gills with housing, and this misguided thought that low-income housing will help. It's only going to help the developers and the property owners because they get guaranteed money from the government. I'll talk about that next time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vincent Baldwin.
Hello, good evening. I want to speak on behalf of the upcoming Sand Creek Sports Park Phase 1, and I'm asking that you agree and put this into implementation and to also add the Phase 2 to that. And the reason why I state this, as a member of the community for many years and a board member of a local soccer club, IX East Bay, right now we are in a process of merging with the other soccer club in the city, Impact Soccer. So we are forming a new soccer club. We'll have a combined of 500 competitive players, 1,000 recreational players. Right now, Impact, or now the new club, will have one tournament, hopefully two, bring in multiple families and business revenue into the city. And so having the sports park and providing a great resource, or I guess just say environment and a platform for our kids is essential. So again, please make that a top priority for this city council and approve that Phase 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments and we will go into presentations. Item A1 is a presentation proclaiming March 2022 as Women's History Month. And this is the proclamation. Whereas Women's History Month honors and celebrates the struggles and achievements of American women throughout the history of the United States. And whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of Brentwood in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and whereas women of Brentwood have had and continue to have critical roles economically, culturally, and socially in every sphere of life by constituting a significant portion of the labor force, working inside and outside of the homes, and whereas women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our city, whereas women of Brentwood have been leaders in public affairs, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but in social movements throughout history, striving for a more fair and just society for all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize March 22nd, March 2022 as the Women's History Month, and encourages the citizens of Brentwood to honor and celebrate women for their countless contributions to our community. Dated this 22nd day of February 2022. At this time, we will move into informational reports. We'll begin with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. Since the last time we met, attended Cal City's Mayors and Council Members Roundtable, the LAFCO meeting where they voted to expand Contra Costa County Fire Sphere of Influence, so one step closer to consolidation. Housing conversation with Senator Nancy Skinner and Assembly Member Buffy Wicks. Sierra Club Tri-Valley Chapter presented information on the initiative to them. Housing conversation with Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks, more streamlining. She is going all over and talking about streamlining, which means that they take control away from the city. It's a fancy way of saying that. Civic Affairs Forum, State of the State 2022. Farmers Market every Saturday was collecting signatures. One of the best things I did was a legal, unbiased opinion of what is going on with housing and the initiative in all the bills. It was Professor Mark Wolf from the Standard University Urban Studies. He's also a land use attorney. It was very interesting. He says we will never have enough housing in California. The more you build, the more people will come. He sees San Francisco and LA kind of turning like the favelas in Brazil. So that's where we're going, in his opinion. Let's see, Cal City's Latino Caucus lobbying meeting, Measure X sales tax meeting the needs of our community. That was very interesting because people talk about, we need to help everyone and make sure we're equitable. But then we also heard from one of our supervisors that we also need to make sure that the people who voted for this and paid for the taxes are reaping some of the benefits. She mentioned that they have one sheriff for like 300 square acres or 300 square miles or something crazy in the county, and we need more sheriffs, and people didn't vote for that. So it was interesting. She's like, people want it. They voted for Measure X because of it, and now they're not getting another sheriff. And then the redistricting call. And quick note on the initiative, we actually have pulled back on signature collecting. We'll be moving to November of 2024. If anyone has any questions, give me a call. Not stopping, still have meetings for that all the time.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Sorry, couldn't find unmute there for a minute. Okay, so attended the Cal City's Mayors and Council Members Roundtable, the LAFCO meeting. Had a meeting with a resident who reached out to me about wanting to run for an open city council seat this year. Watched the redistricting commission meeting again. I have to agree with Rod. Amazing, amazing job they're doing. They're so dedicated. They're working so hard. It's fantastic. Had a presentation or gave a presentation to the Somerset One Board of Directors and Residents in partnership with Chief Hansen. Thank you so much, Chief Hansen. That was fantastic. There was a lot of really interesting questions. I won't get into it for the sake of trying to keep this somewhat short, but it was an hour-long presentation and Q&A, and it went really well. And I thank Chief Hansen very much. Also presented to the Cortona Assisted Living with Officer Laffridge. This was more to discuss senior scams and the dangers around that. Very interesting information. I think that was put together really well by Officer Laffridge. I have to thank her very much for inviting me to tag along on that. I got to be the timekeeper at the Lions Club Student Speaker Series. Had a meeting with Supervisor Burgess and I had a planning meeting with Cal Cities in my first vice president role for the City Leaders Summit in May in Sacramento. More coming out about that. Attended presentation and Q&A by Assemblymember Frazier's, what looks like it's going to be his replacement because there's no other people running. Mayor of Suisun City, Lori Wilson, California Alliance of Local Electeds, and then had a follow-up meeting with the core response group in support of the Broderick fire victims, discussion of how to distribute the funds that came in. The community was super generous, and I speaking for the group, just because I'm on camera right now, cannot thank everyone enough for contributing to that. The needs are ongoing. One of the things that's coming down the pipeline is Act 2 Improv out of Walnut Creek reached out to me about doing an improv show fundraiser. So they're going to be working with the city and with Brentwood Strong to be able to sell tickets to this event, and the proceeds will go back to the Broderick Fire families because, again, it's when you lose everything, you don't get over it in a few months. This is a long-term planning for them continually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Yes, since the last time we met, I attended the LAFCO meeting, Land Agency Formation Commission, regarding the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District consolidation with Cont Fire. While the sphere of influence was approved, they did ask for a continuance of the annexation and dissolution of ECCFPD until next month so that they can continue some labor negotiations for several administrative positions. So you'll be seeing my post out there telling everybody to join that meeting too. I also had a meeting with the fire district president, Bryant so that he could explain to me why they needed that extra time. I attended the Cal Cities Public Safety Policy Committee, which we push forward what items the Cal Cities should lobby for or against. One of the items that we did support going forward was AB 1599, which was a repeal of Proposition 47, with the exception of the cannabis section in there. Proposition 47 has, as soon as Proposition 47 is passed, we've seen an increase in crime and shoplifting, serial shoplifting. You know, it was a bad law. And then I attended the Lions Club speaker contest where I served as a judge. I attended the Bluebird Village Community Outreach meeting to hear what residents had to say. I also attended the John Marsh Historic Trust Board meeting, and that is all I have to report. But I was hoping that when the city manager has a chance, if he can give an update on the homeless town hall that we will be having soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor. I had different meetings with city staff in regards to a few things that are going to be coming up in the future on the agenda, and then also met with residents in regards to the Brentwood Boulevard. Also, my understanding is Delta Fence is going to be selling their property. So a few residents were asking about that property and what changes would happen with that property regarding the Brentwood Boulevard plan. And then also I had a meeting with a gentleman that was interested in the future, possibly purchasing the CD building that I know that right now we are considering to do a youth center. So that's about it.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the Airport Land Use Commission meeting and a side meeting up to that regarding the influence of the State Route 239 that will come in this direction. Brought up some concerns regarding the component of the new State Route 4 before it gets to the expansion and the concerns that our local residents have had there. Also met with the 4 new police officer hires at the police department. I attended several community events in the community, as well as I met with representatives of the fire district regarding the dissolution process as well. And also met with 3 businesses that have been curious about coming into the city of Brentwood to bring high-paying jobs into the community, and also a resident that is connected with several tech corporations and med tech corporations in the Bay Area regarding possible campuses out here, spoken wheel offices out here. And that's all I have to report at this time. I do know that we have the city manager that has some staff updates. And Tim, I'll turn it to you. And if you could answer also Councilmember Rare's question as well. Thank you.
Sure. So actually, I'll turn the time over to Captain Herbert to give a brief update, and he can also address maybe what's coming up with the homelessness town hall that's being scheduled. We just talked about a tentative date today, and I know he's reaching out to the county counterparts to see if they're able to also attend on that date. So we've not solidified the date yet to announce publicly, but it would be mid-March. So I'll turn it over to Captain Herbert, and then I have another announcement or two. So Captain Herbert.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My first update will be regarding the 5th beat and staffing. After looking through our staffing, we are currently at 66 sworn staff on the department. That includes our 4 new hires. We have 2 laterals currently in the background process with us, and we also have another academy student who'll be graduating in July. The best I can tell you is that we're running on a treadmill, to be honest with you. Every time we get to a number that's close to implementing the 5th beat, we go backwards by either someone leaving to law enforcement altogether or retirement. So as an example, if we hire the 2 laterals, the academy graduate comes out in July, that gives us 3 more, puts us at 69. And then we're anticipating 2 retirements right around July, which then puts us back down to 67. We're continuing to test every applicant that comes through, whether lateral. We're getting ready to start another entry-level process to put someone else in the academy, which puts that back 6 months out further from the academy. So I'm anticipating that if all goes well with our academy graduates that just got out of the academy, they should be out of FTO field training program within the next 6 months, which will get us to right around 36 patrol officers. The ideal number we need for patrol is the full 42 to cover implementing the 5th beat. So we're going to continue to move forward with the progress of hiring, and I would say that we could do the 5th beat with less numbers, but it would kind of defeat the purpose, because if we don't have the staffing to fill that beat, then that beat gets split up among 2 other officers or the other 4 remaining officers on patrol, which defeats the purpose of having a patrol officer in that 5th beat handling those calls and also being responsible for that beat, having it assigned to them to handle any of the problems that come up in the 5th beat. So if I could project anything, I would have to say maybe December we could even start looking into it. If the luck has it and the hiring gods are on our side, we could get 3 or 4 laterals that are quality and really want to come to work in Brentwood for all the right reasons, and they're hireable, and we get them out and they go through FTO quickly. That would get us the numbers we need, but we have to, the retirements, and then we have 2 other officers out on long-term injury. Depending on their return status, they hold a space on the books, even though they're not out on patrol. So the patrol numbers are what we're really looking for. As far as the homeless goes, I did send out emails today inviting the county representatives from County Housing Authority and Supervisor Burgess and a member of the core team and one other I don't have on the top of my head, but we are looking in mid-March for that meeting. And as soon as we solidify that date, I will let all of you know so you can let your constituents know. And we'll be doing a complete advertisement blitz for everybody to attend. It will be virtual. so that we can get as many people to attend as possible and also adhere to, you know, those last minute potential COVID exposures that could come up. So any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Captain Herbert. Appreciate it. And if we start bumping up to issues with not having the county be able to participate as we'd like to see happen, we may have to reschedule the potential date because we want to give at least 3 or 4 weeks notice to the public so we can get lots of interest and participation in that. It's a complex topic and we want to make sure everyone's knowing what we know and can help come up with all the solutions as well. I also wanted to just highlight again for the public's awareness, we do have a special city council meeting coming up on March 3rd. This is where we will consider the Redistricting Commission's recommended 2 maps, final maps for your consideration. We'll have that for your approval by resolution. And then based on the ordinances that we have in the Brentwood Municipal Code, have subsequent meetings to then adopt those ordinances reflecting those new boundary district maps. And all that has to be done before, I think it's April 17th or something to meet the state requirements. So kind of a tight deadline, but we look forward to the public continue to participate and see how that process unfolds. And then we do have a special city council meeting tomorrow night for the public who's not aware of that. That is to discuss the latest status on the downtown and Brentwood Boulevard specific plans. Again, looking for public to continue to participate and share their thoughts on both of those areas and hoping to get some good, clear directions so we can move those forward to completion and then update the zoning codes and all those things that come with it. We're still chasing a grant for the Brentwood Boulevard, the clean grant. We expect to hear back on that in the next few weeks. That could be upwards of $3.5 million. So we're hoping to see that come, and that'll help spur some of those additional improvements that are needed along that corridor. And then we'll talk about more of those things in the strategic plan tonight. So those are my brief updates for you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we'll move into consent calendar. Do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull C5.
And I would like to pull C2 and C3.
Okay. So do I have a motion for the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to adopt C1, C4, and C6.
I'll second that.
Have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary? Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we'll start with C2, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I pulled this one because it's a bill that went through Sacramento, and we all know how I feel about bills right now that make us do stuff. And the other reason is because it's a big spend, and I think we need to be super transparent when we have big spends. Like, where's the money coming from? Is it going to impact our rates? What is the timeline? So it's just a quick, I mean, I just have to be quick, however long it takes, Mickey, just update so that the public understands what it is. And I think, like Carolina said, I think C2 and C3 are related. So yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. First of all, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Absolutely. So thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I love talking about organics. Thank you for the opportunity. So yes, items C2 and C3 are related. So just high level, when you hear the term organics and organics management, what that really means is Brentwood doing our share to combat climate change. This is a strategic initiative, so we're going to cover it later on the agenda tonight. It is a state mandate, but high level, we know that climate change is bad, and one of the largest sources of greenhouse gases is from the decomposition of organic material in landfills. And so the state has mandated these organics requirements. It's very multifaceted. So when you hear organics management, it covers everything from edible food that isn't consumed at Safeway to leftover or spoiled foods. It covers the banana peel you throw in your garbage, green waste, even stuff you flush down the toilet. So all of that is organic stuff, and all of that requires management. So the organics regulations that the state has imposed on us, again, it's very multifaceted. It's a multi-year project. There's multiple steps we got to take. The items before you tonight, C3 is one of those steps, which is just to update our muni code to be consistent with state law. And item C2 is to provide the state a notice of intent to comply with the organics requirements. C2 on the back, it actually lists some of the tasks that we are planning to do over the next couple of years. And it's going to be wide, and the cost impacts are potentially large. So if you look at our strategic initiative, we do have an organics management mandated project. Worst case scenario, we put in it could be up to $40 million to comply with these requirements. Obviously, we'll do everything we can over the next couple of years to try to keep that cost down, especially in light of the fact that we've got rate studies that we're going to kick off this coming summer. So this is going to impact our ratepayers. So I hope that answers that question high level about what organics management is in general and about these two items in particular.
So that $40 million is a one-time, it looks like it's from now till 2024 hit.
Yeah, so the $40 million is an all-encompassing number that is a one-time hit. Now, the good news is that if we were to fully implement all this organic stuff, there's actually long-term operational savings to the city. So you think about, we spend a lot of money off-hauling organic stuff, whether it's green, yard clippings, or biosolids, or whatever. We spend a lot of money hauling this stuff out every month. We'll be able to recoup all those costs if we can manage our organics on-site at our corp yard.
So we'll be able to tell residents when you do your fee study how much, if anything, our rates are going to go up.
Yes, that's the plan, and you bring a good point. The rates are going to be impacted by these organic mandates. We'll do everything we can to try to minimize that impact.
So when we tell people to watch bills and call their representatives, it's important people watch bills and call their representatives. Do we have any money in the kitty right now to cover any of it, or is it all going to be future funding? Like, is there anything already allocated?
We've been collecting a little bit of money since the last rate study in our solid waste enterprise to cover organics. And we've been doing some of the steps already. We've been reaching out to some of our non-residential customers. So there is some money set aside.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mickey.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, for pulling this, because I made a whole bunch of questions too. And thank you, Mickey, for being so excited about talking about waste, because it's inspiring. So I know some of these questions are going to come further down the road, because we're kind of in the implementation stage of working out what of these impacts are going to be, that kind of thing. But when can we expect a full staff report and the public hearings on the impacts?
It'll be incremental over the next couple of years. So we're right now we're looking at various options of composting and finding other ways to deal with organics. So right now, again, it's just the muni code update. We're not asking residents to change anything right now. That can change later this year or early next year, depending on the technologies we can find and for example, the composting facilities that we can find and what they can handle.
And how is it different for us because we manage our own waste versus cities that have to haul that out?
Thank you for asking that question. So as a reminder to the public, we are the only city in Contra Costa County where the city manages all their solid waste. So we're literally neck deep in it. A lot of the other agencies are relying on private haulers or private processors to comply with organics management.
Mickey, really, we're neck deep in it?
Sorry.
Sorry. And again, I understand some of this is in the I feel like this is a blooper. You planted that. I know you were just waiting for the chance to say that. So for down the road as we learn more, I'm thinking about some of our lower income families. I'm thinking about our apartments. I'm thinking about our small businesses and the impact that they're going to have. And I know, for example, one of the things that's being talked about is a 20%, a goal of recovery, 20% for commercial. And I'm wondering, like, do we know anything yet about, the size of businesses that'll impact, if there are going to be programs that the state provides to subsidize any of those requirements for these smaller businesses and I guess what grocery stores and nonprofits and like how do we handle transportation? Is that just going to be down the road that we learn those things?
Well, some of it's already started. So you are correct. There's going to be a lot of outreach and handholding, specifically with our non-residential customers, depending on how much organic waste they generate. And those specifics we will work out over the next year or two, and that's kind of spelled out in item C2 as well.
Okay. And then as far as, I know there's been talking about countertop units. Do you think it's going to go that route?
I'm sorry, countertop units?
Compost units that you put on a countertop and put all your food waste in?
There's some talk about that. I know that in the past we offered incentives for composting. I don't think it got a lot of traction. I've asked that question a lot. If we get any credit from the state if we incentivize home composting, and I don't know if we have a clear answer on that yet. The state is really looking for us to divert the waste stream that would have gone into landfills. So they're looking at, I believe, larger scale efforts like taking all of our yard waste and yard clippings that we collect and diverting all of that to a composting facility. That's the type of project they're looking at.
Okay. So then once we know a little bit more, then we can find out if there will be some sort of subsidies for people to, pay for that unit, or to have some sort of, like the small businesses that might need a little bit of support with the transportation issue or whatever.
Absolutely. I would be very excited to hear about incentives for small businesses to help deal with organics.
Okay. I think that takes care of my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mickey, you had mentioned some of the new technologies that are coming online. I know that you love that kind of thing. Is there any legitimate potential technologies that we can bring in to help with this on a city level that even potentially could be a revenue stream in the future?
Absolutely. And that dovetails right off our strategic initiative presentation. So this is one of the things I get really excited about. There is a potential where we can take a lot of this organic material that you typically would have thrown in the garbage or in the landfill, and going through what's called the pyrolytic process, really convert it to, and I'm sorry I don't have a sample here at home, but it basically looks like graphite or carbon, and it's a great soil amendment. We've heard interesting stories about companies that are looking at biochar, and that's an end product for things like inkjet printers because it's so black. It's basically pure carbon. In addition to soil amendment, and there are other interesting uses for biochar. So there may be, and I don't know if Carrie's online, but there may be an interesting opportunity to have a fourth enterprise stream by selling this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
If there are no more questions regarding this item, Councilmember Mendoza, do you have a recommendation?
I recommend, sorry, I'll pull up this word. I motion to adopt C2 and C3 from the consent item.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
I'll also read the title of the ordinance for C3, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Chapter 8.16 of the Brentwood Municipal Code relating to solid waste service. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, and thank you, Mickey.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, Councilmember Rary, item C5.
Yes, I've got a couple questions, and I apologize for not getting these to you earlier today so that you can be prepared. I was reviewing our 8-hour video of our strategic plan initiative. So on page 102 under task 3 assumption, it notes evaluated infrastructure needs will not include transmission distribution pipeline improvements. If task 3 deliverables are to summarize the city's water system capacity and preliminary recommendations on future infrastructure improvements, why wouldn't we include transmission distribution pipeline improvements and costs associated with them?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. So the question has to do with why there is an exclusion of transmission distribution pipeline improvements.
Yes.
That's a good question, but I should probably step back a little bit. The purpose of this item is to look real high level at different options for providing treated water for the build out of the city. Those options can include, just expanding our existing treatment plant located in Oakley. It could be a whole new treatment plant at some other location to provide redundant water systems. If it is, regardless of what idea it comes up with, the concept of figuring out piping from that facility to Brentwood is actually not that difficult to do, to figure out pipe sizes, linear feet, and assigning a cost to that. So even if you wanted to add that, the effort to include that isn't very large.
Okay. So on page 102 under task force, water supply alternatives, in the case of reviewing Antioch's water studies, can we ensure that the studies include the proposed 4,000 or the 4,000 proposed homes in Antioch's contentious Sand Creek focus area? And can we also ensure the Contra Costa Water District's water supply studies include the 13,000 housing units and millions of square feet of commercial space on the planned reuse of the Concord Naples weapons station? It doesn't do us any good to look at what our build out is if we're not taking into consideration 17,000 other units that are going to be built utilizing some of the same waters.
Well, Antioch and development areas outside the city wouldn't be utilizing our water.
Okay.
So I don't think there's a need to do the analysis of any developments outside city limits.
But it says here that they will be reviewing those water studies to make sure that there is enough water there for everything that's coming.
Right, and I should step back a little bit. One important thing to note is that when you have other agencies that have water supplies that are next to Brentwood, such as Antioch or Diablo Water District, it is important to understand the pressures and supplies if they have any excess or need any water in case of an emergency. So that's one of the discussions we've been having at staff levels. Should we have emergency interties between us and some of our neighboring water agencies? So to that extent, it does make sense to analyze or require analysis of development for the neighboring agencies around Brentwood.
Okay. I just want to make sure that those are included in those studies, and if they're not, can we consider those, because they're both, the one just got overturned, and so they're looking at that 4,000 housing in the Sand Creek focus area versus, I think it was 2,000 or 2,100 homes. And then we all know about the Concord Naval Station. On page 103 under task 5, project cost, what does it mean the planning level will be at plus 65% and negative 35% range of accuracy?
Oh, so these are very high level cost estimates. So this is putting a range to how precise our estimates are going to be.
Okay, but those don't seem like precise to me when you say plus 65% or minus 35% range of accuracy. So you're doing a low end and a high end. Is that what that means?
You're giving an estimated cost with the understanding that it could be as high as 65% higher or 35% lower, with the understanding that this is a long-term project.
Yeah.
What things cost today are going to be significantly different than what they will cost 8-9 years from now.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's what it means, high end, low end.
Yes.
Okay, all right, great, that's it. With that, I will move to adopt item C5 as detailed in the staff report.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, at this time then we will move into business items. Item D1 pertains to our next 2-year strategic plan and proposed staffing plan, and the council will consider approving these tonight. And City Manager Tim Ogden and Carrie Breen will present on this item. Staff report.
Mayor and Council, this is an exciting night. You've spent the last couple months looking at not only the fiscal capacity of the city back in November, and then in December, an all-day workshop looking at tentative and possible initiatives and personnel requests to pull those off. And so tonight we've got what we understand from you is some direction on what you'd like to see. And we've put some people, time, and money analysis to all that. And so with that, Carrie Breen's going to walk you through a presentation. And then I will invite all the directors to jump in and be accessible to you to answer any questions you have about any of the initiatives or any of the personnel requests that they have. So, Carrie?
Okay, thanks, Tim, and good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, I am presenting you with a financing plan for the proposed fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24 strategic plan. In addition, I will also present you with a proposed staffing plan developed by the city manager and the executive team to address existing staffing needs. My presentation will first cover the strategic plan, followed by a break for council questions, and then conclude with the staffing plan and another opportunity for questions. Although this presentation primarily focuses on the financial aspects of the strategic and staffing plans, the department directors are available for questions regarding any individual projects or department workload. As the city manager mentioned, he will be bringing the directors on as panelists as we approach the breaks for city council questions. So here's a look at tonight's detailed agenda. We will start with a recap of the December 1st workshop, followed by an overview of financial resources for the strategic plan. We will then go into the proposed funding plan, at which point we will have all of the proposed strategic initiatives and their funding sources on the screen. I will pause at that point for any city council questions regarding the scope or timing of any of the proposed projects or any questions about the planned funding. The goal tonight is to receive city council direction and approval of the strategic plan initiatives. The city council can absolutely modify any of the proposed initiatives and direct staff to expand or modify the scope of any initiative. Although this may change the costs and the funding matrix, the proposed funding plan being presented tonight is still considered draft. Over the next few months, cost estimates may change and alternate funding sources may become available where the city could maximize resources by adjusting funding strategies. This spring, staff will build the costs and funding needs into the draft capital and operating budgets. We will conduct budget workshops in the spring, and any funding changes would be highlighted by staff at that time. At any point along the way, the City Council could decide not to move forward with an initiative if there are significant changes. For the second part of tonight's discussion, we'll focus on the proposed staffing plan, including staffing requests for existing workload, along with placeholder requests for anticipated work resulting from the strategic plan. As part of tonight's action, staff will be requesting approval to begin the recruitment process for the immediate staffing needs positions. Those would be included in next year's operating budget, but staff would like to begin the recruitment process this year in order to allow new staff to start closer to July 1st. Finally, there are 2 positions identified in the as strategic planning staffing needs. These positions would help with the additional workload contained in the strategic plan, and staff is not requesting authority to hire these positions at this time. That would only take place once the workload impacts from the strategic plan are realized. Okay, to start with the strategic plan. On this slide, you can see the timeline of the strategic planning process. So we kicked things off at the November 9th City Council meeting with a financial capacity presentation. On December 1st, an all-day strategic plan workshop was held in the City Council chambers. staff from all departments presented proposed strategic initiatives. The City Council prioritized and narrowed down the proposed initiatives and directed staff to analyze staffing and funding requirements necessary to complete the plan. We are here tonight to present you with the results of that work and to seek approval for the draft strategic plan initiatives. Please be aware that approval of the plan tonight would not mean the projects would immediately begin. Following approval of the strategic plan, staff would build the cost estimates into the operating and capital budgets, with the workshops taking place in April and May. Both budgets would then be adopted prior to June 30th. And again, at any time, the council could elect to not move forward or fund any of the initiatives before the official funding kicks off July 1st. And as always, any contracts or agreements over $50,000 would also require separate City Council approval. So as I just mentioned, the City Council held a strategic planning workshop on December 1st. At that workshop, staff presented potential strategic initiatives, which the council then prioritized through a ranked voting process. The results of that vote are displayed on this slide in priority order as voted on by the City Council, with the exception of item number 9, pursuing the development of a youth center at the tech center. All of these priorities are included in the proposed strategic plan. At the workshop, staff also presented several initiatives considered mandatory, either through law, contractual obligation, or clear best practice. Those initiatives are listed on the left side of the slide and are included in the proposed strategic plan. The initiatives on the right side are either no-cost proposals or were already funded. These initiatives are also included in the draft strategic plan. Before going on to the proposed funding plan, I want to quickly summarize the financial resources available for the strategic plan. So there are two main types of funding. The first, ongoing funding, requires that the city have a sustainable, recurring funding source in order to take on new annual costs. So this would be things like new programs, employee costs. Those are things that would require ongoing resources enabled in order to continue the programs. The second type of funding is one-time funding and typically involves large capital projects or the construction of facilities or infrastructure. So in terms of ongoing funding, the general fund has ongoing financial capacity of about $1 million per year. As discussed at the workshop and the mid-year budget update, the 10-year general fund fiscal model shows the general fund could commit this annual amount while maintaining the 30% reserve and approximately half of the budget stabilization fund. The fiscal model is inherently conservative and does not include potential new revenue sources from large commercial or retail development opportunities. Should new revenue generating uses occur, the fiscal projections may be revised upward. In addition, the long-term fiscal health of the city has improved with the council's decisions to pre-fund pension and retiree medical benefits, which will lead to reduced costs in the next decade. It is important to note that the $1 million annual general fund capacity does include a set-aside of $750,000 for new staff. This will factor into some of the upcoming discussions in this agenda item. Here is a list of the significant one-time funds that are available for projects. These funding sources have been discussed previously and can be reviewed in more detail in the financial capacity memo that is attached to the staff report. But in summary, we do have an unusually large amount of one-time funds available. The largest of these is the $6.9 million American Rescue Plan Act funds received from the federal government as part of their coronavirus relief package. We also have $2.67 million from the recently completed bond refinance and $1 million from the current year projected general fund surplus. You'll recall at the mid-year budget update in January, the City Council authorized staff to reserve that projected surplus and apply it toward the upcoming strategic plan. Other funding sources that we're looking at include development impact fees, grants, enterprise funds, and contributions from the Regional Transportation Financing Authority. Okay, so I'm going to be as excited as Mickey now that we're at some numbers here. But let me explain how this works, because this can be a little overwhelming at first. So I'm going to take my mouse here and kind of walk you through a little bit of this, and then we'll open it up for questions on any of the initiatives or the funding. But to show you how it works, I'll go through the first couple of lines here. So here we have the strategic initiatives listed on the left-hand side. So here's the whole lot of them. Then you have the estimated cost here. And then the funding source goes along the top of the chart here. Basically how we're gonna pay for everything. So I'll walk through the first couple. Initiative 1.1.A, this would be Construct Innovation Center Infrastructure. So we're looking at a cost of about $5.2 million. And then we go across and we say, okay, here's how we're gonna fund it. This is the Regional Financing Authority that I mentioned, ECRFA. They have already committed $3.5 million. There's a pretty good chance we're gonna get an additional $1.7 million commitment from them. This is being worked on currently by Public Works. So this is currently how we want to show this is being funded. The full 5.2 million coming from the Regional Financing Authority. And you look at 1.1.B, Preserve Our Streets. So this is the pavement management program. We're looking at a cost of $325,000. It's an ongoing cost. So we're going to show it in the ongoing column here. General fund would pick up $125,000. And then if you go all the way to the end, other in this case is the gas tax. There is additional gas tax revenues coming in that were not known when we initially did the strategic plan financing workshop. We would be applying those funds to make the $325,000. So let's take a look at how much is available from each revenue source. So for that, we would look at the bottom. And so you can look at general fund. I just mentioned there's $1 million of one-time funds from the general fund. So here you can see that. And then we've used $985,000. And then you just scroll up and you can see where it's being applied. So $50,000 is going to general plan implementation status updates, $80,000 to general plan conservation and open space, and so on. We had the $1 million of ongoing general fund capacity. And you can, again, I won't walk through each one of these, but you can see how these are being utilized by just matching up the columns. I do want to call attention to these two lines here. These will come into play a little bit later in the presentation. These are the staffing needs that we will be talking about. We've got them on the sheet here to show you what it would look like if they were to be approved. These have not been approved. So these are just placeholders at this point. But there are requests to fund $400,000 on the immediate staffing plan. Again, this will come later, and $216,000 as a placeholder for future staffing needs. So they're in here, and if they're included, essentially we're spending the entire $1 million of annual general fund capacity through this process. A couple other columns that I want to point out. We have the bond refinance savings. I mentioned that $2.7 million. We've got $1.6 million allocated, and you can see to the Sand Creek Sports Park and to the Senior Center expansion. And ARPA funds are entirely being used, $6.9 million. Again, the same two projects here, Sand Creek Sports Park and the Senior Center expansion. A couple other notes. The initiatives highlighted in red, so there's 5 of them. These 5, the Improved Brentwood Boulevard Corridor, engage agencies to help reduce Highway 4 traffic noise, improve safety in the parking garage, update the city's housing element, and pursue Measure X funding. Those are all candidates for early implementation, and in some cases have already begun early implementation, but we did want to call those out. The item 3.1.A, sale of successor agency and city-owned property. I do want to point out that there's a cost of $75,000. We would receive substantially more money than this once the properties were sold. So this would be an additional source of funds not accounted for anywhere in this sheet that could be applied either towards a project here or held on and applied towards something else in the future. Initiative 4.2.A. So this is general plan conservation and open space. This is on tonight's agenda. I believe it's the next item on the agenda. So we have a placeholder. And again, this is where I was saying that this plan here, this is draft. So the initiatives we'd like to get nailed down, this can be adjusted and probably will be adjusted. And we would certainly point out any adjustments made between now and the operating and capital budget workshops. But this is one of those items that could be adjusted depending on the decisions that are made at that next agenda item. But for now, we've got $80,000 cost and a $50,000 annual cost going in for that one. I think that covers all of the major points I wanted to at least make up front. So what staff is looking for and hoping to get tonight is feedback, direction, and approval of the final strategic plan initiatives. The funding plan will be updated at council direction if there are any changes to the initiatives. And of course, we'll be, as I mentioned, we were finding that over the next couple of months, if costs change and certainly if there's additional funding opportunities. I do see a question. I see a question from Councilmember Mendoza. Let me, if you don't mind, there's like 2 more minutes and then we'll stop. So the last little bit that I want to get to, and then we'll stop here for all the questions that the council may have. I do want to turn it over really quickly over to Mickey. He was going to give an update on 2 projects. He was going to talk about item 1.1.d, engage agencies to help reduce Highway 4 traffic noise, and item 1.1.e, improve safety in the parking garage. And then Bruce was going to give an update on 5.2.a, Sand Creek Sports Park Phase 1. So if I could have Mickey and then Bruce give their updates, and then we'll stop here for council questions and discussion of the initiatives and funding plan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, this is Mickey again. So real quick on 2 of the items, the item related to traffic noise. This is actually a multifaceted effort. There's 3 components to this that we've actually already started working on. The first has to do with just the limited scope of work related to raising the existing wall along the Sienna development. We do have a contract structural engineer evaluating that existing wall. They've reviewed the plans, the structural calculations. Over the next 2 weeks or so, they're actually going to be on site doing some inspections of the wall, and we're actually going to need to excavate the foundation of the wall just to verify how deep that wall is. In the event that we need to excavate on the Caltrans side of that wall, this analysis is going to be delayed because we'll need to get approvals and permits from Caltrans. So high level, hopefully I've got my fingers crossed in the next 3 weeks or so, we'll have an answer. I'm hoping an answer on whether or not we can just raise that existing wall 2 to 3 feet with a couple new rows of masonry block. So the current, in the past, I did do a presentation showing kind of the worst case scenario of completely demolishing that existing wall and reconstructing at a cost of I believe it was $600,000. That's still a good conservative worst case estimate. Best case scenario, if we can just raise that existing wall, you're looking at somewhere in the order of $100,000 at most, including design. The other two components of engaging agencies, so I think I've already provided an update to council. We have contacted Caltrans District 4. They do have a project in the books to resurface Highway 4 all the way from I-160 south through Brentwood all the way past Marsh Creek. It is a project that's out several years. We've tried working with District 4 headquarters to see what they can do to expedite that project. It doesn't seem like we'll get a lot of headway on that. The project is very comprehensive, involving drainage improvements, which requires permitting, which requires a lot of time. But we're still engaging with Caltrans to try to see what we can do to expedite the project. I did get confirmation from Caltrans that they will be using rubberized asphalt overlay for State Route 4, which is great because every decibel counts. And then finally, related to noise, we have engaged with the TriLink 239 team. We've been asked to be a participating agency, one of many agencies along that entire corridor, to help really put ourselves in the driver's seat for this project. And again, we've already notified Caltrans that while we support the goods movement and the job generating potential of SR 239, we do have concerns about the increased traffic that's going to go through Brentwood as well as associated noise. I've had regular meetings with Joe Young, the president of the Vineyards HOA. So our comments to Caltrans, I believe he is also providing comments to Caltrans with similar concerns about noise and traffic. So that's a quick update on the noise item. And then the parking garage, our initial cost estimate was, I believe, around $700,000. And that was a comprehensive effort to address safety concerns in the parking garage. It required raising the wall on the upper floor, screening, or somehow covering all the openings around the parking garage, adding a gate at the primary entry. Since then, we've had a lot of huddles and we've refined the scope and we've been able to get the cost down with kind of a different scope of work. And I want to make sure we're all on the same page. So if you can just imagine as you're driving in the parking garage and you make a right and you go through that first row of parking and then you slowly make a left-hand turn and you pass all the electric vehicle charging stations. Just as you make that turn heading up towards the second floor, our proposal, or revised proposal actually, is to put a vehicular gate at that location, which would really restrict vehicular access to the upper floors of the parking garage to those that we want to go up there. There's a lot of work we can do in working with ComDev and Parks and Rec to make sure that that access is open to the general public during special events, during weekends and things like that. But in general, it will help us control the vehicles that go to the upper floors. Likewise, we would also restrict pedestrian access to the 3 stairwells as well as the elevator. So with that reduced scope, we were able to reduce the cost to approximately, what do we have here, $450,000. So that concludes my presentation. Unless you have any questions, I'd be happy to hand this over to Parks and Rec Director Mulder.
Hey, Mickey, I do have a question. So with the traffic noise, I am very concerned about the wording that's put in there. It went from sound study mitigation measures to engage agencies to help reduce Highway 4 traffic noise with only $5,000. I'd like to see that $600,000 added to that. Plus, one of the things that we talked about during the sound study, where we talked about the sound study at a council meeting, was the possibility of getting those slow your speed, which are the solar ones. I think they were about $5,000 a piece, that we could put along Highway 4 on both sides, going towards Trilogy and then coming up towards Sienna on the other side. So, with that brings it up to $615,000 versus the $5,000 that you have there.
Right, and we can look at certainly bringing that money back. There is a note. We did look at several of the items or the ideas that were brought up at various council meetings, and a lot of them have been already shot down either by the CHP or by Caltrans. So I just want to let you know that we did ask, and a lot of those ideas were shot down.
Okay, so this is your speed, because on Vasco Road we have them. We've got this is your speed. That was
right. That's a county road.
Okay. It's just that it's overseen by CHP, so it was Caltrans that shot it down.
Right. And then the other note, the $600,000 is a conservative ballpark worst case scenario. So again, and I've got my fingers crossed that hopefully we'll have an answer either in 3 weeks or 4 weeks on whether or not we can just raise that existing wall. And if we're able to do that, it's a huge, huge cost savings.
And I agree, but if we don't approve it in this agenda, well, when we approve this evening, I know it's going to come back and say, well, you guys didn't approve the funding for it, so we didn't include it in the strategic plan initiative. While we can do it, there's no funding for it. So I want to make sure that the funding is listed in there, because that was what I was voting on when I voted on the sound study mitigation measures. I didn't, so And I don't know about the rest of the council, but that was what I was voting on. And that was the one thing in November that we said that we would move forward to the December 1st. On the December 1st, you actually started off and said that the main thing that we wanted was the Sienna wall, whether it was to raise it. The initial ask from this council was very limited in scope to only raising the Sienna wall. Looking at that just limited approach of just raising the wall, we haven't been able to find any phone products to be able to raise that wall. So I'm looking at worst case scenario, the cost to demolish that wall, redesign and reconstruct and raise it about 3 feet or so. That is a ballpark on the order of 600,000 roughly. So that's kind of the worst case scenario, as you said. But so that was at the beginning of the discussion, and nowhere in there did we not say that we didn't want that. That was what was asked to be brought to the strategic plan, and I think we need to, even if it comes out to be, $100,000, then that money goes back into the general fund or wherever it came from, but that we need to follow through on providing that.
Understood. Yes. If council directs that to staff, I'll work with Karen. We can re-add that 600,000.
Thank you. Whoops. Thank you.
I can wait for after Bruce, if Bruce wants to go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if there's no other questions for Mickey, maybe we can have Bruce. And this was the natural. Oh, it looks like Councilmember Meyer has a question for Mickey. So don't go anywhere, Mickey.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez had his hand up before I did, though. I don't know if those are other questions or this is for Mickey. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I have a question for Mickey really quick. I don't think it was on any one of those items, but it was more in regards to the improvement of Brentwood Boulevard corridor. And I think this is a question for you, Mickey, but in regards to the grant, if we do not receive that grant, what happens with that project?
That's a great question. Our intent is that if we do not get the grant, then we revisit the project and bring a smaller scale project for council approval.
So I know that we've been working on this for quite some time, right? And so all the work that we initially did, we'd have to put that to the side and then re-look at this and, redo the whole thing that we've already somewhat did.
Well, and the amount of work to revisit isn't going to be extensive. The grant application by itself was very labor intensive. And as a reminder to everyone, so that the grant application was to do some undergrounding of overhead lines along Brentwood Boulevard, as well as demolishing the Los Mexicanos building and widening that portion of Brentwood Boulevard along the Los Mexicanos building. If we don't get the $3.5 million, we're probably going to be doing some undergrounding, maybe the demolition of the Los Mexicano, and maybe some limited improvement. It really depends on the maximum amount we can do with only $3.5 million.
So Mickey, when are we looking at, if we received it or not?
Early March.
Early March. Okay. Because that's huge, right, Mickey? Especially in regards to what we're telling the community. And,
yes.
So let's say we get it, which is great, right? We stick with the game plan. But if we don't, then we're going to have to re-educate the community, right, in regards to now what we can and cannot do, right?
That's correct. And the good thing is that if we do get the grant, we are under a very tight time frame to get all the improvements designed and constructed.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's my only question for you, Mickey. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Meyer, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. This is about the two discussion topics that he just brought up.
Okay.
On the garage. I know the project has changed from the initial immediate reaction to what we're looking at now as far as a proposal. Do we have any data on the reduction of calls since the item was brought to council and some immediate steps were taken versus now what we are presenting as a revised version of what we're talking about? I mean, I think if I'm understanding correctly, the calls have gone down a bit. The enforcement is up. I'm curious if we've got any kind of data on that.
I would probably defer to the police department. I do know that they have stepped up enforcement, and I believe the calls have gone down, but I don't have data with me.
Yeah, we've got Captain Herbert ready to answer that question as much as he has. He may need some more time to provide that data, but we'll give him
I know he sent a really good report, and it was a year long, a little bit over a year long. But I was just curious about the period of time since some immediate action steps were taken.
Yeah, I can say that since we have targeted enforcement on the parking structure through the generation of self-generating calls, so officers are being sent up there on the department calls to do proactive enforcement in the parking structure. I would have to dig deeper into the 1 year analysis that I pulled up prior to the meeting to actually break down those citizen-generated calls by month and see exactly what that impact is.
Okay, but I was kind of looking like a general overview, not an exact. I think you're confirming what I was thinking, that the calls have gone down since those initial steps are taken.
Yes, we have done with the enforcement action that we have done. The message is being sent out because all the kids that do hang around up there in their vehicles are talking to each other, and the last thing anyone wants to do is have their vehicle towed, right? So once that happens to one person, it kind of trickles out and spreads through, and then there's always a lull, and then someone always comes back in and then has to try it out again and then see what happens. So we have this ebb and flow going on a regular basis.
Okay, great.
But we haven't can I follow up on that? But there hasn't been any complaints from the school district about things being thrown into their property?
I would have to look at that. Those specific calls by time of day, day of week, and who the RP was and what that type of call was. This was just the events that were generated that I sent out earlier and the types of events that were generated. So some of those juvenile complaints could still be related to the school in some fashion. I just don't have that tonight.
Okay, thanks.
And the report was really helpful. Thank you for that.
No problem.
My other question is about the sound study. And I guess that's a Mickey one. The first question is, we're still doing an ad hoc committee, yes?
That is correct.
Okay. So I guess we'll just find out about that as it comes. And then the second, if I recall, didn't Somerset's wall rising cause the noise to bounce back and make the sound levels higher for Trilogy?
It was my recollection that Somerset was built before Trilogy. I don't recall what the outcome was for the discussion regarding reflection of sound.
Okay, I'm just curious because if we're talking about, which I completely think is justified, raising the wall at Siena, is it going to bounce back into Tuscany?
There could be that potential.
Not there. This would go over to Apple Hill, or not Apple Hill. This would go over to Somerset 1.
Oh, that's right, Somerset. Yeah, same question, just different development.
Right. There's that potential.
Okay.
But we're only talking about raising the wall up to 3 feet high, 3 additional feet.
Great. Thank you.
And then if I could just jump in too, again, what we're doing tonight is less about the finances. This is to give our best draft analysis at this point. Is if we don't have the initiative down correctly, like we say, engage agencies to help reduce Highway 4 traffic noise. If you really want a sound wall to be built by the city, that's a different, we need to change the name of that. So make sure that's in a motion tonight before we're done, if that's the desire of the council. Just want to make sure that's clear.
But we didn't change that name. You did, right?
That was not the understanding.
That's not what we voted on.
It said sound study mitigation measures is what we voted on.
Yeah. And the understanding of staff was that would be conducted by somebody other than the city, and that's why it was phrased that way. If the city is on the hook to do this, and the city council wants to do that, then we need to rephrase how this is worded.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Well,
those were things that we talked about during the sound study, not necessarily about, what we talked about was the sound wall, and that there were things that they were going to do, but there was really no cost to it.
Yeah, we were going to look at several opportunities to see if the developer could do it, if Caltrans could do it, if they could improve the sound based on the overlay of the road, several other things before the city comes back and has to expend those funds, and perhaps sets a precedent for other sound walls that the city now would be obligated to build. But if that's the council direction, we'll put that in and we'll make sure we get that done.
Tim, I feel like sometimes you're combative, like the whole council hears one thing and you're fighting us on another. I remember Karen Rary bringing this up and specifically talking about foam walls. Like, she had done research on what to do. So, I mean, I don't think you need to be combative on it. I just think listen to what we're saying and then let's go from there.
Correct.
Thank you.
But can I ask a quick question in regards to that project? Is that actually city property or is that state property in regards to where those walls are at, or how does that work?
The walls are within city right away.
Okay.
So the only mention in here because I transcribed it, it said, since that meeting, we've had the sound wall presentation to this council, and this council did give direction to staff to engage with agencies for a more broader approach. But looking at the limited approach of just raising that sound wall, which was what we were talking about that night. So I'm not sure how it got changed. Because everything else from that point forward was about the sound wall.
Yeah, well, I don't put these forward in isolation, so the whole executive team must have misunderstood that as well. But we understand clearly now, and we can make sure that we change the verbiage before you approve this tonight to incorporate the city to build that sound wall. And when we come back through the
deflecting. I need you to stop deflecting. You're the city manager. The buck stops there. Please don't throw your team under the bus when it comes to this.
No, if I don't understand something, I check in with the city attorney and all the directors to make sure I misunderstood something. And nobody had clarified that with me. So it's a team effort, and we're going to make sure we do it right going forward. And when we come back with the CIP budget in April, I believe it's April, we'll have a CIP sheet that outlines what the estimated cost is of that sound wall. And then that will be when the official approval occurs with a cost estimate and a project scope. And then there's no question about what's being asked or what's being directed. So hopefully that's clear.
So with tonight's vote in regards to that item, it doesn't mean that we're going to move forward with it until we get a total estimated cost for the project itself, right?
You're not approving a budget for tonight. We've given you some cost estimates of these initiatives generally, and then we want to make sure we have clear direction on what those initiatives are going forward with the best estimate that we have for the people and the time and financial estimates involved. And we tried to give our best estimate of what the fund balance would be and all the different funds involved would be. So as Mickey and Carrie both outlined, that we'll try to find another way to fit the 600,000. And if that is the estimate, as Mickey said, it was very conservative, so hopefully much less. But until we know a little bit more information, we'll continue to work on incorporating that into this.
And then we would actually have an opportunity to approve it at a future meeting, council meeting, right?
Correct. In fact, that's
after having all that information, right, Tim?
Correct. And that's with all of these initiatives that we'll be discussing tonight.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll turn it over to Bruce to talk about the Sand Creek
So
Sports.
we're not approving these items tonight? I mean, I thought that was what this whole thing was about, was approving these items tonight.
Yes, approving them, but we're not working on anything until you've approved the capital improvement program budget in April and the operating budget in May and June. And we have authorization to start in July to work on all of these initiatives, except for these early, what do we call early implementation ones. And if we were just engaging the other agencies about the issues involved, that's something we've already started on. And that's why we flagged that as an early implementation. If we're talking about a sound wall that we're building, we'll work that into the CIP budget and operating budget, and that will be effective starting July, unless we can get it done sooner. And Carrie, anything you want to clarify?
Council member, or you just told Vice Mayor Rodriguez that we're not approving this, that we're just adding it in, then we can decide later on whether or not we're approving that. That's not how we did strategic action plan before. We approved what we wanted to be done here and then move forward with it. So let's have Carrie go back. We can have Carrie go back in the slide and he can show what that schedule is for all the approvals involved. Carrie, could you go back in the presentation to show that?
It would have been nice to have that schedule in the agenda packet. Like just this, I mean, if we could get the decks, and I know we've asked for this beforehand, if we get these decks beforehand, it would be really useful for when we show up at this meeting.
Yeah, we do try to do that normally, and this one didn't come together in time.
So funding overview and plan adoption. That's what we're adopting, that these are in our strategic plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me jump in. The ask is that the initiatives themselves are adopted. So the wording, we would want to get that finalized. The actual funding of the strategic initiatives takes place starting July 1, because it's, starts next fiscal year. So that's where it rolls into the capital budget and the operating budget. Council can say, this is a priority item. We want you to come back before that with a project sheet and get started on this. And so with that, we would come back as soon as possible and start on a specific project. We've done immediate or priority initiatives in the past. There's been a couple of those where we didn't want to wait, or the council didn't want to wait till July 1st, so we came back separately. But otherwise, what will happen with these initiatives is project sheets will be developed, they'll be rolled into the capital budget. You'll see that in April. If there are any cost changes, you'll see that there. If there are any funding changes, you'll see that there. That would then be approved by the city council in May. And then the funding would actually be released on July 1 to go ahead and start the projects.
Okay, so my question that I had my hand up for originally has to kind of do with this process. We're going to be deleting stuff. We're going to be adding stuff. I can see us adding 600 grand for the wall. I just can, but So my question is, can you have an Excel sheet up that mimics this so that we are deleting and adding, and we know what our running totals are as a council, what we're spending?
Well,
I mean, that's what usually a workshop, like usually when I'm doing financing, we have someone that drives and has like the modeling going. So that's kind of what I thought we were going to do.
So if we,
because if I'm going to add 600 grand, I need to remove 600 grand from somewhere else. So it's that math tonight that we have to work through.
Yes. Okay. I see what you're saying. Let me see what I can come up with. I'm not sure how to.
Do you have this in Excel by any chance or no?
I just don't know if it's all linked up to where if we're changing things or if it's developed for presentation purposes. It's hard to look when I'm sharing my screen right now. I mean, it's hard to get back in that. I can facilitate that. I mean, I can make notes and update everybody as to what we've added, what we've deleted, what the cost changes are. So you know what the net impact is.
Yeah, like at the end of the night, if we could have, I would want to know a net impact, and then by column, like how much are we using the bond refinancing for? How much, the ARPA, the committed, the ECRFA, like all of that. Like it'd be nice to see where we're netting out and what accounts we're hitting for what. Like that in Excel would be perfect. And then we say, oh, we don't want this item, delete that out of there, right? Or we want to change this amount to this, change it, and it all totals up at the bottom. So we're seeing what's happening at live as we're doing it, because we don't want to overspend and then, not have the money for it.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure if this will work because the way I'm sharing this, I'm not sure if I can.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you had this in Excel, and if we had an Excel, we could kind of.
I do. I'm just not. Let me see if I can get it.
I'm sorry.
No, I understand what you're trying to say, and if we're moving a lot of things around, I see what you're getting at.
And I think there's going to be a lot of movement.
And one of the possible options for the council too is we can continue with the presentations and get as much more information to you as we have here, and keep a track of what other changes you may have for us. And if we can just reflect tonight what that looks like, or come back and you approve this on a subsequent agenda, that then would give us the authorization to work that into the CIP budgets and the operating budgets going forward for final approval. And maybe that would work as well if we need to do it on another night to finish this.
No, because depending on what we're changing, we might come back again and go, oh wait, I need to make more changes.
Yeah.
Like
Let's see what else we have tonight then and see what that looks like.
Yeah, this was voted as the number 3 item in priority. With only the infrastructure for PA1 and the soccer complex being above it. The fact that it's not there is infuriating.
Okay, why don't we finish Bruce and public comment, and then we can figure out how we're gonna deal with this. Because I think, I know we have one hand up, so.
All right, hearing no other comments at the moment, I think I'll jump in then and talk Parks and Rec, and then we can get back to questions. So good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I would like to talk about the Parks and Recreation strategic initiatives and review those in summary, and then take any questions that you might have. So with that, the number 1 priority that was mentioned at strategic planning was the Sand Creek Sports Park, and moving forward with the planning, development, and construction of Sand Creek Sports Park. So I want to just talk a little bit about what we mean when we say the Sand Creek Sports Park, phase 1 and phase 2, and provide a little bit more of a definition of what we're talking about there for the public and for the city council. So the Sand Creek Sports Park, obviously it's on Sand Creek and Fairview, and it includes 14.5 acres. That is a city parcel that has been designated as a future sports park for several years. And then adjacent to that Sand Creek Sports Park is the Contra Costa Water Flood Control Detention Basin. And that is just a little over 19 acres. And that basin also has the potential of adding additional sports fields in the basin. And that is considered to be phase 2 of this Sand Creek Sports Park. So Sand Creek Sports Park phase 1. So what we're talking about here is a community sports park. So we're looking at up to 2 or 3 soccer or multi-use sports fields. What we heard from the council at the strategic planning was a real interest in artificial turf for the opportunity to really maximize the use of these fields. So that would be explored and hopefully part of the project. In addition to the fields, it is development of this, master planning for this full park. So it's master planning for the phase 2 piece of it and all of phase 1. And this park would include the sports fields. It would include the parking lot, additional community park amenities that come with what really is featured to be one of our signature parks in Brentwood. So this is a very exciting project. So with that, we have to have parking, we have to have restrooms. We would look at other possible park amenities, including things like a playground, other sports courts, including things like pickleball courts or basketball courts. So it is the master planning of this park. What we would do is we would take on a RFP for a landscape architect to help us design, plan the park through a community outreach process, make sure we get that right, do some additional analysis on artificial turf versus natural turf to make sure that the most efficient and the right kind of turf is presented for us moving forward. the implications and the operational considerations of natural turf versus artificial turf are considerable. Just briefly, artificial turf allows you to maximize the use of those fields and program them back to back to back, 365 days a year, really, because it's, you can play in the rain. And so like in natural turf, the fields need to be maintained. They need to be held for maintenance. So you don't get near as much use, but there is different cost considerations. There's different revenue considerations. Those things need to be analyzed. So we need to look at that. So the $10 million you see there is for the master plan development of phase 1 and phase 2, so the entire park, and then moving forward with the development and construction of phase 1. So that's kind of the summary of Sand Creek Park. And I'll just briefly go over the other initiatives, and then I'll open it up to questions because I'm sure there's questions on this. So the other items that were identified to move forward is the senior center expansion. Council recalls this came to, this was part of an analysis of looking at the senior center for expansion. That particular item came in at 2.6 million, and this was moved up to 3 million just based on construction cost. With this moving forward, we think that 2.6 million might be a little bit tight. And so this is a 50% expansion of the senior center, pushing the walls out, expanding the multipurpose room, the restrooms, the activity rooms, etc. And then also the amphitheater development. This is one that's already funded moving forward, so this project will continue. And the adaptive recreation is one that's already in process and is already funded as well. So we're working with a consultant on moving forward with an analysis of adaptive rec. The Measure X funding was talked about. So we are also pursuing Measure X funding. And right now we are kind of in a holding pattern, waiting for the county to really define what that Measure X process will look like for the application of the Measure X funding. And if we were to be identified as receiving that Measure X funding, we have identified the Guthrie Center as the place to move forward with that project. So at this point, those are the kind of the summary of those initiatives. There were other initiatives as well that were identified, but they didn't make the top 10. So we're moving forward, focusing on the items that council had identified. And with that, I will take any questions.
I have a question regarding the Sand Creek Sports Park. The first question is, I had sent you information regarding the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant for $6 million. Matching, we'd need to come up with matching funds on that. And you said you were going to go through the process that it would begin later on this year, and then probably because it's an annual in perpetuity grant, so we could apply for it for multiple things over multiple years. But the $6 million is the maximum that you can get, and with that, I'm not seeing that listed in here as a potential revenue or funding.
Sure. So that is a competitive grant process, and we would like to go after that grant because it's a matching grant and would be substantial for allowing us to use that revenue. So if we were to get funding from that grant, then it would offset the 10 million, or we could use that funding towards the phase 2, which we've identified as $3 to $5 million to complete phase 2. So yes, we would like to go after that grant, which has another funding cycle later this summer. I think it's around August. And so we'd like to pursue that. If we were to get something like that, then that would allow us to save some of this money, or again, develop phase 2 sooner than later.
And I was looking at the 2016-17 5-year CIP budget, and in there we had $3.7 million for replacing 3 of the soccer fields at Sunset Park with artificial turf. So that 3.7, the 10 million that's listed in there, what else are the other $5 million? Let's say that 3.7 goes up to 5 million instead. What's the other 5 million? It's going to be a parking lot and play equipment, you said?
Yeah, so it's the planning process, development process for the park, which takes some funding, and then also the additional park hardscape, the park amenities, restrooms. If there's a maintenance building, it's all the additional hardscape and amenities that go into the park that make up that difference. And
we're not doing that 3-story building, correct? The multi-generational building?
The direction that we got, that I heard from the city council at the strategic planning at our last workshop, was that but yes, is that a building would go somewhere else.
Yes, that we do not want the building there.
Sports fields.
Yes.
At Sand Creek Park.
Okay, that's what I want to know. I mean, we've been waiting 20 years to get these fields built, so okay, thank you.
I have a question, Bruce, really quick.
Yes.
In regards to the Measure X, so if we don't get the Measure X funding, there's no youth center, right? Now you're in Guthrie Lane.
The direction that we are working on from when we talked about this at the city council was that we were to reserve the Guthrie Lane site if we received the funding. So yes, it's if we receive the Measure X funding, then that is the building that we would identify to develop into a youth center. Without the Measure X funding, council has not given us direction to move forward with exploring the Guthrie Lane for a youth center, is the way I understood that direction.
No, okay. So it's not really the location that was a concern. I mean, now it's just us even having the money to do it, right, in regards to the Measure X funds. Okay, thank you, Bruce.
My question is actually, it's going to bounce off of Vice Mayor Rodriguez's a bit, but understanding that the Measure X funds there's no guarantees whatsoever. We don't have any idea at this point how far the conversation has gone or who anybody's spoken to, but one of the goals for the Parks and Rec focus area is number 4, expand and enhance recreation opportunities by increasing programming for seniors, youth, and teens, implementing adaptive recreation. So part of that, the adaptive rec, for example, is taken care of, but increasing programming, if the youth center does not come through, do we then utilize potentially some of these funds to increase programming at schools or the community center or some of the other things that we've talked about that we need, not necessarily in a building, but to increase the overall engagement for our kids?
Yes, great question. So if the Measure X funding doesn't come through, we are also moving this recreation facility that was identified through the last strategic planning from Sand Creek Park. So we will need to come back to council if this is a council priority, which it is identified in the master plan, to find a recreation facility, community center, youth center that fits the needs of Brentwood and makes the most sense. So we could explore, again, the successor agency locations. We could explore Windsor Way. We could explore other opportunities, but that hasn't specifically been identified at this point yet, and was not identified in the strategic planning to meet, the highest number right now. But we will have to continue to long-term look at what that recreation facility looks like and where it goes. So even though it's not identified in this 2-year cycle, it is still identified as a long-term need from the for the city, and it's identified in the master plan process.
So in looking at the verbiage I just read, though, it doesn't say a facility, it just says increasing programming and recreation opportunities.
That's
Is that
that's
different?
a ongoing goal that's been identified. So the goals in the master plan stayed the same, and the projects to meet those goals have been identified for that 2-year cycle. So that's kind of more of an overarching goal. So our current carryover initiatives and these projects here all work towards that goal.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Vice Mayor, do you have a question for Bruce?
Did you hear me, Mayor? I forgot to put my hand down. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Well, turn it back to staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the point where we were going to pause for questions. So I'm not sure if your questions were focused on Nikki and Bruce because they had extra bits of the presentation there. But if there are any questions, and I can, if I stop sharing my screen, I may be able to see if I can get the Excel, but that's kind of the challenge I have is I've got my screen covered by the presentation. I can't get over. I've tried a couple of times and I keep moving the slides around, disrupting the presentation, so I just can't get into the Excel. But perhaps if there's a chance for me to stop sharing and put this down for a bit. But if there are any questions for anybody on any of these initiatives.
Gary, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Gary, I do have a question. In regards to the police services, enhanced community engagement, there's no funding in that. And I just know that, I mean, our local police department has been doing a lot of community work, and I know they're looking at even doing more community work. And I know there's no money there now, but at some point, if we wanted to, could we change that to be able to support more of their initiatives and things that they're envisioning and doing in the community? Because I think that's really important. I mean, we talk about the Fit Beat, we talk about all these wonderful things, but at the same time, if we help them enhance their community engagement, it may help us reduce violence. It may help us build better relationships between our local law enforcement and the community. So I'm just wondering, is that something we could talk about later or in the future if we wanted to include some type of funding in there?
So yes, the council can, adjust or amend these. I believe police wanted to, utilize existing staff, and they had sufficient resources. And I believe they recently hired the community outreach officer who's helping them with that. We can also do some of these things through the operating budget. I mean, if there's a program or something like that, it doesn't always have to be, if it's something that, it's not a significant dollar amount. It's something that could be added into an operating budget, for example. Typically, we're trying to get the major programs in here so we know what the workload is and so we can plan. But if there's other things that come up, such as something with the police department needing additional budget to conduct some additional engagement, that could be handled through the operating budget as well. If anyone from police has anything to add to that, feel free to jump in.
Carrie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Chief Hansen. Vice Mayor, to address yours, this year when we were going over the strategic plan, as you know, in our past strategic plan, the police department has come before council for some very big cost measures. And as you know, you have always been very supportive and told us to come forward when we needed things, and we've done that throughout the last few years. And you guys have been very supportive. You have give us our community outreach officer. You supported our camera program for our body cams. I mean, anything we have come to, you guys have been supportive of public safety for our police department and for our community. And for that reason, this year when we came forward, as you can see in our strategic plan, you have some big big ticket things, and we heard from the community, and the police department does feel very supported. Now, as you can see, we are having some difficulties hiring police officers right now. So with that being said, we do come to you guys throughout the years. We have, and you guys have supported everything we needed. So we are working on big projects right now. As you know, we're still working on our training room. That's going to be a state-of-the-art training room, and I can't wait to get you guys in there. I know this sounds like a broken record, but we are going to get there. So we are working on some big ones, but right now, with the hiring of Officer Loffridge, or the promotion of Officer Loffridge, that community outreach officer, we have a lot of work to do coming out of COVID, and we're very excited for that. So I just want to say thank you for recognizing that, but we do feel supported. We got some big projects coming up, so I'm available for any questions if you have any.
No, thank you, Chief, for sharing that. I appreciate that. I just know that, a lot of times we invest monies in, other things, and it's also something that I think we forget that's really important, right? Is that community engagement piece that hopefully could reduce a lot of things that we have to address at times. So, but no, I totally understand. I totally appreciate it. And I just wanted to make sure that, that we support you in that work too. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Council and Mayor.
Yeah. And just real quick on the community engagement, they did have a great event on Friday night. The mayor was there. I stopped by real quick. So they really are out there doing engagement. We might not see them all the time, but they're doing a great job. And if you follow their social media, you'll see where they're out doing events.
Councilmember Rary.
I've got a question regarding the Boost Better in Brentwood brand for $20,000. It received 0 votes on our initiatives, and I'm concerned about the site. I went through the site, and there was a focus on things that were in the ag core. And while I think that we should show that as a quality of life, I don't think that those things should be the businesses that we feature. We should be featuring businesses within our city. I mean, there was one, a gal does flowers, but she sells them at the Orinda Flower Market, at the Walnut Creek Flower Market, at the San Ramon Flower Market. And I think she does a couple of hours a week at, I think, Bacchini's Cherries, which, is only open for a couple of months, but yet she had a feature on Better in Brentwood. There's multiple businesses that are no longer even businesses in the town. There's websites for businesses I wasn't familiar with. I checked the websites, and the websites go nowhere. The list for family-friendly activities includes Brentwood craft beer and cider, and boondoggies, and a vision place. So I thought those were kind of interesting things to have for family fun. They could have had Harvest Park Bowl, or the trampoline place, or other things, but to do that. So I'm concerned with that. For being 6 years since it was launched, and having about 170 businesses on there, some of which are out of the area, events which are taking place in Byron and out by Orwood. That's not Brentwood. I'm not sure why we're promoting events that are out in Byron or out by Orwood. So either we need to do a better job of watching the website, or get a different person to do it. But I don't see, we're already spending $60,000 on it. I'm not sure what the extra $20,000 is going to get for us when the site we have is not being updated properly.
Thank you, Councilmember Very, Darren Gale, your assistant city manager. It's my first time speaking, so I want to make sure the residents knew who I am. So thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. Councilman, bring up some great concerns, and I will, I know as we're speaking, we brought on a new group, Weblative, out of Brentwood to help us with some of our public information. And we're spending some time to try to review the Better of Brentwood site and improve the postings. And one of the things that was brought up in the past was making sure that the posts that are on Better in Brentwood better represent the entire community. And that was one of the purposes for the additional funding. But you brought up a number of issues. I've written them all down, and I'll be spending some time looking at it. And like I said, we've been having some meetings. I've been on for 3 weeks, and we've been having meetings each week about it. And like you said, it's been going on for 6 years, and we can always do better. And appreciate you making those comments. But specifically, if you're asking about the 20,000, I know that from the discussions was to try to really help improve recognizing additional businesses. And as it is right now, we've really been counting on a lot of businesses to contact the city, but really taking the time to get out and meet with the businesses, let them know about it, and spend the time so they understand the importance of Better in Brentwood and the opportunities that's provided to them.
You know, when COVID hit, I created on my website, I created a page for restaurants. I contacted restaurants, and I not only gave their hours, their location, a link to their website, I gave a link to their DoorDash, their Grubhub, their Uber Eats, their Postmates, whatever it was. I put links to all of those things. And it took me about a week, maybe more, to contact all those businesses and create the website or web page. And I think I've got about 75 on there in restaurants. I think we have, I don't know, a couple dozen that are listed on our Better in Brentwood. And I know that there's well over 150 in our city. So when you look at it, there's not a whole lot. And so I do think that maybe we need somebody for data entry, to go in there and enter in all of these things. We have their business licenses. We have that information. We could, if there's a way to self-populate these things or get somebody to do the data entry, and also to check the way that it is. I mean, some of the streets are done all in lowercase on the Better in Brentwood site. It's really embarrassing. And I just don't see spending another $20,000 on it. I'd rather put the money towards the Walla Walla incubator that we were looking at doing, than to spend the money on boosting Better in Brentwood until it's back to a quality product.
Councilmember Meyer.
I will make this really quick because I know we need to get to public comments. My question is around the finance issue. The part that says additional staff needed for Public Works and Parks and Rec to implement strategic plan goals. Does that happen every time we implement a new strategic plan? We need to hire new staff to implement it?
No, I'll take the question, Councilmember Meyer. The analysis happens every single time. The need for additional staffing is not always the end result. So in this case, I think primarily because of the scope of some of these projects, when you look at the parks projects, these are major projects. And then, same with Public Works, they're the two departments who are requesting the additional staff. The analysis that we do, where we call it the people, time, and money analysis, is to go back and say, okay, do we have enough funding to do it? And do we have enough staff to do these strategic initiatives? And then we come back and then we either say, here's the initiatives we can get done realistically, we can't do these, or we can do them all if we may need to hire an additional staff person. So the analysis is always done, but do we always hire additional staff? No. It could be, if the council desires, the question could be, well, do we want to dial it back a little bit so we're not hiring additional staff? That could be where the discussion heads, but it's not always the end result now.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to, one more thing. The way the agenda item is set up, we have really two components here. We have this whole financing plan, and then I have a fairly brief presentation on the staffing plan where these numbers are coming from, the immediate needs, and then the needs to address the strategic initiatives. If there aren't any more questions for staff at this point, if it's okay, I would like to go through that piece of the presentation, then have additional questions from council, again, of staff, and then do the public comment at that point. I see another question from Councilmember Mendoza.
Is there any way we can have public comment first? I think people have been very patient with us. It's 9:30, and I don't want them to drop off and not get their feedback. How does everyone else feel about that?
I'd be good with that too, because I feel like there's so much being discussed that if we can break it into chunks, so people might, there's just a lot that people are trying to keep track of.
Yeah, we're having more discussion than questions, actually.
If I can just jump in briefly, if you had the public comment now, then they wouldn't be able to then comment on the staffing plan side of things. So if what Mr. Breen says, I think it's just a very brief presentation. If he can give that, then perhaps you can go to public comment and then ask any questions of Mr. Breen and then have your discussion. There's nothing that says your questions have to come immediately after his presentation. It could be public comment after that, but if he can give that part of the presentation, then the public would have the opportunity to hear the entire presentation before they spoke.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. We can wait for after them before we start commenting and questioning.
Okay, if it's okay with the mayor and council, I will go through the staffing presentation quickly here so we can get back and do the public comments. Again, this is going to relate to these numbers here. I will be referring to those, and there we go. Okay, so this is the second part of the agenda tonight. It's a proposed staffing plan to address current workload challenges. The need for additional staff to keep up with current workload was briefly discussed at the strategic planning workshop on December 1st. These are staffing needs based on existing workload and do not include impacts from new strategic initiatives. So there are a total of 6 full-time positions requested and 1 limited service position. The annual cost of the requested positions would be approximately $850,000. The council previously approved 2 full-time positions in December, 1 for the community development department and 1 for the city manager's office. The cost of those previous approvals was approximately $300,000. So in adding up those total costs, the December approvals plus tonight's requests total approximately $1,150,000. And as I mentioned earlier, the strategic plan financial capacity calculations included a placeholder of $750,000 for new staffing needs. Tonight's request would put us about $400,000 beyond that initial placeholder. So that corresponds to that $400,000 amount I was just talking about in the funding matrix, shown as reducing the general fund ongoing capacity. Staff is requesting that these positions be funded as of July 1, 2022, but with council approval tonight to officially add the headcount to the city's authorized workforce, which would allow the recruitment process to begin this fiscal year, which would allow the positions to be filled closer to the July 1st funding date. So on the screen here, you see a list of the new positions requested by each department. This is also in the staff report. In the staff report, there are write-ups from each requesting department as to the justification and need for the new staffing requests. Again, you can see a total of 6 full-time positions here with 1 limited service position. Again, these are positions relating to the current workload, not relating to the strategic initiatives. And then just one more slide before we can take more questions. With the potential approval of the strategic plan, the added workload would likely require additional commitment of resources to accomplish the initiatives. So here we have the Parks and Recreation Department anticipating requesting one new position, a project services specialist to handle the additional workload from the strategic plan. The Public Works Department also anticipates requesting one position, an administrative assistant. So combined, these two new positions would require an annual general fund resource commitment of approximately $216,000 per year. And again, that corresponds to that second line item on that matrix that we were on for $216,000 reduction of general fund capacity. Staff is not requesting that these positions be approved this evening. The positions would only be requested once the workload from the strategic plan warrants the commitment of additional resources. The City Council would be asked to separately approve the staffing increases at that point in the future. The positions are included in tonight's discussion to ensure that sufficient resources would be available for these requests as needed in the future. So that is the end of the presentation. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to the Mayor and City Council for questions and public comments, however you want to proceed with that.
Councilmember Rary, you had a question.
Not on that. I have one more question regarding the zoning ordinance. We're only doing what we legally have to do. We're not going through and changing everything like was proposed before, correct? This will be for the SB 330 compliance only, right?
I'm deferring this one to Alexis. Hopefully she is available to take that question.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Rary. That is what we are going to be bringing to LUD March 21st to seek direction on. That would be staff's recommendation along with some background about the grant and some of the other budget discussions. So we would be seeking LUD's recommendation on how to move forward with the reset and a refocus of that zoning ordinance project to focus mostly on what is legally required and what we can also fund through the grant. And then we would bring that recommendation to council for action.
Okay, all right. I don't want all that other crud that was thrown in there before.
No crud.
If there are no more questions then at this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
If Kerry could stop sharing his screen, and that way I could start the speaker timer screen. Thank you. I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 4 hands raised. I'll call on Rod, followed by Carolina. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Wow, it's a lot to comment on. I guess the thing I want to talk about is the issue with the sound wall, because in addition to the City Council, I was also under the impression, and people that are waiting to hear about the sound wall have been under the impression that this was part of the thing that we're going to talk about tonight. And here it was, not in there. And I don't want to say this in a way that staff will take exception to the way they did last time. When I talk about people waiting for a very long time for something, I'm not saying, well, staff is just not on it. What I'm saying is you need to be understanding of people. I mean, especially the sound wall issue, people are literally suffering. I mean, children are suffering. And this has been going on for a very long time, and those people have been stonewalled and stonewalled and stonewalled. And in the beginning, only Karen Rary was there to help them, and now, thank God, we have a better city council. But now that we do have a better city council and the will is there, I don't understand why anybody who is a human being, who cares about other people, who gives a damn about the people that they live next to, would stonewall anymore. Why wouldn't this just go ahead, get on the report, get moving? It's maddening. It's frustrating. I've been friends with Mr. Dash for quite a while now. It seems like forever, and I know what he's going through. And it's unbelievable that we came here tonight and had to listen. And thank God again for Karen Rary to step up and say, "Hey, let's get this on here," because it should never have been left off. And if you want to understand why people lack confidence in the city sometimes, it's just because of this kind of thing. I just hope that in the future we can count a little bit more on upper management. Staff does an amazing job. These presentations are something to watch. But just at the top, the decision making doesn't seem to have anything at all to do with how people experience their lives. And there are important things that you have to cover. So please, in the future, just be more considerate, for the love of God. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina, followed by Cinziana. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure what I was expecting tonight, but I definitely wasn't expecting what happened here. I want to let Tim know, and his assistant city manager know, that this looks terrible from the outside looking in. It looks like it's disorganized, people are unprepared, and there seems to be very little communication taking place between what's going on downtown and your city council, because they have so many questions. There's a true disconnect here that needs to get fixed, because I jumped on, and I understand that your previous meeting ran late, but now it's going on like almost 3 hours and nothing has been decided. That's bad. Also, please, we all make mistakes. We are all human. When mistakes are highlighted, just own them, fix them, and move on. No one is perfect. So instead of wasting time arguing back and forth on minutia, own the mistake, fix the mistake, move on. The spreadsheet that was shown on the screen, I have a screenshot from the final spreadsheet from December. The spreadsheet should be laid out like the priorities from December, because it's not, and it was very confusing trying to find what was where on this spreadsheet from the outside looking in. Sand Creek was number 1, Innovation Center infrastructure was number 2, engage agencies to help reduce highway traffic on 4, that was 3rd. Preserve our streets, downtown Brentwood Boulevard specific plan incentives, improve safety and parking garage, improve Brentwood Boulevard corridor, enhance marketing and econ development, and then Youth Tech Center was dropped due to Measure X funding, senior center expansion. That was number 10. So this is all scrambled in the spreadsheet, which makes it very difficult to work with. Also, if this is a workshop, then the spreadsheet should be adjustable as decisions are made on, yes, we do this, no, we don't do this. Because the way we're doing it here, this is crazy. And then also back in December, Tim said that he had a contact and that he knew he could get the Measure X funding. I would like to know an update on the Measure X funding. Are we going to get it? Are we not going to get it? Who's actually watching this? Who's going to the meetings and advocating for us to get the funding that we need for Measure X? it's very important. Tonight was just really frustrating. And I'm done.
The speaker's timer was up, and the next speaker is Dianna, followed by Mr. Dash. Dianna, go ahead.
Hello, thank you again for the opportunity to speak tonight. I almost dropped because, dropped off the meeting because it's very frustrating, highly unorganized, and I hate most of the time to come here and beat down on city government. City staff did what they were directed to do, but it starts from the top. So I don't understand why this could not be organized better and everyone be on the same page so the discussion can go smoothly and decisions can be made. So I just want to start with the parking garage. Is it a matter of safety or security? I don't understand why we're looking at measures to block entrance or access for the people who actually paid for that garage to be built. If it's a security issue, I understand the police does an outstanding job protecting it. So I don't know what the $450,000 is for. That should definitely be questioned because that's a lot of money to block access for the taxpayers who need access to that garage to use it. Also, I want to remind City Council, if there will be a discussion that concludes with some decisions, that tonight is not about feelings and affiliations with specific age group, activity-driven groups, and so on. It is about making the best decision on investments that would return the most benefit for the city. And that's why I would encourage you to request to actually focus on the 10 initiatives you prioritized on December 1st, 2021, and get those down. If additional items need to be discussed, then they can be brought back to the council for your review. And just remember, feelings should never be involved when it comes to financial decisions. You need to make decisions on the investment that would return the most benefit for the whole city. And with that, I want to encourage you to make a decision to allocate as much funds as possible to the number one initiative you deem to be very important for our city, and that is the sports park. The city's been waiting for it for 20 years. And if that is accomplished in one clean swoop, we can look at increased sales generation from dining, shopping, hotel stays, from people coming in, city revenue from venue rental, and promoting healthy lifestyle for our residents. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sycamore Dash, followed by Danny Dorman. Mr. Dash, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. I'm very happy with the City Council, Karen, Susan, Jovita, Vice Mayor, Mayor, talking about the Highway 4 sound wall. I was the first resident actually in 2018 when this Highway 4 opened the corridor at the City Council, and it's been 4 years with the residents of our community, and also now Trilogy have also joined. What Rod said, the impact we are going through with family, like COVID time, I cannot even open the window for fresh air. My children, everyone is inside the house. We cannot even sit outdoor. So I hope team, the city manager can spend a day in our house and see what we go through for the last 4 years. And Mickey has been in this process from the day one when Gus, the previous city manager, had visited our community a number of times on these discussions, and how the discussion was so badly, people getting upset on what city can do, what city cannot do. So it's a very horrible experience for us, but getting into the agenda and working on it is what we are expecting, and I hope it'll follow the promises what Karen and others have said today. Now the question is for Mickey. I know you said that Carlton rejected to put any solar-powered speed checker. Any obvious reason? Is it a safety reason or anything? Because I know some of the drivers are driving more than 80 miles an hour, and that's more safety concern than putting an the speed checker solar power, which Karen has recommended. And second thing, I don't think raising the wall on Sienna sound wall will have any impact on the Somerset, because the buffer zone between the Somerset and the highway is quite wider than the Sienna from the Highway 4 right now. And just to make a point that our sound wall is almost on the same plane as the ramp or below the ramp. So I don't think so it'll make any major impact on the Somerset. And coming to the third point, I was looking at the website. Construction of Trilogy started in 2006. So the major highway noise study by Caltrain was done in 2004. So we need to figure out when the sound wall of Somerset was built, which is impacting the Trilogy. So that can answer many of the questions. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Marisol. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Before I go into my typical rant, when it comes to the $250,000 man and his not being prepared and not accepting responsibility and the dog ate his homework and all that stuff, 3 of you voted him to stay. So under the category of caveat emptor, coulda, woulda, shoulda, and somewhere along the line, I think we told you. So with that aside, the 2 budget items, the $40 million organics, clean, whatever you want to call it, is the second highest of all the other. I mean, it's more than all the other combined, except for the $100 million for the adequate water. And when I hear, the gentleman, Mickey, he was so excited, and it's a beautiful thing being young and being excited, but $40 million to find a better way to recycle garbage, it really doesn't sit well with some of the older folks here. And I don't know if that is something anyone gets, or anyone over the age of 35. Some of these things really have to get crept into. And then there's the $40 million itself. My goodness. And the $100 million adequate water treatment, $100 million. That also doesn't make sense to me. So lastly, with my minute and 2 seconds left, I have put a speaker next to my phone to address the dB noise, and to give the council a taste of what it's like to have to live with the sounds coming in daily and nightly. And I'd like to reserve the remaining 33 seconds for a realistic, real life feeling that my neighbors are receiving. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Velez. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you to the city staff for adding phase 1 of the Sand Creek Sports Complex to the list of items for the City Council to review tonight. At the previous strategic planning meetings, the City Council voted to have the sports complex as the top priority. Such a win for our youth and community. If this is a top priority, please consider the entire project now instead of breaking it into phase 1 and phase 2. I noticed some items on the list were lower from your previous list and could possibly wait, maybe such as the senior center. As a previous caller during public comments mentioned, Impact Soccer Club and Ajax East Bay Soccer Club are merging in the following months. This will mean that the Far East Bay is poised to be the premier soccer club in the county. The new soccer club, East County Revolution Football Club, will be housed in Brentwood and attract youth from all over our area. This merger means money to the city and extreme youth engagement. Currently, Impacts hosts one tournament, which, if you recall, brings in visitors and money to Brentwood. The one tournament through Impact was over 150 teams, and we had to turn away 60 teams. When you factor in parents, family, referees, etc., it brought into Brentwood over 8,000 people for one weekend, conservatively. Also, all hotels were booked for that weekend as well. Additional fees for the merged soccer club means more out-of-town guests, moving that 60 teams downward, coming to Brentwood to spend money and getting to know our beautiful town. Also, additional fields means opportunities to host a second tournament to showcase Brentwood and Brentwood's new premier soccer club. I know I just speak of soccer, but remember, Brentwood has a local baseball, recreational, and travel organization and basketball organization that could bring in additional revenue to the city through this new full completed sports complex. Please consider approving the entire Sand Creek Sports Complex instead of only one phase to help our youth and bring in additional revenue to our city. Again, thank you. After 20 years, this is a win for our youth and our beautiful town of Brentwood. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comment and we will move back into council discussion and any questions that we have for staff. Councilmember Ritter.
Questions of staff or discussion?
Whatever you want to talk about. It's wide open.
Well, you know, I have to agree with a couple of the public speakers regarding the soccer complex. It has been 20 years, and there was never any funding, and this will bring in transient occupancy tax for our hotels. And we've got a new hotel coming in, and you know, who knows how many more we might be able to get in this area. But it'll also bring foot traffic to our retail and foot traffic to our restaurants and maybe even to the movies in the evenings. So if we do look at expanding this and keeping the senior center on as a long-term project, which it has been documented as a long-term project. Since I was on the initial park commission back in the early 2000s, soccer has come to every single one of the park and rec master planning meetings in force. They're the only ones that really have come out in force, and yet we're still lacking on providing them the soccer fields necessary to play and bring tournaments into our town. And I think it's something that we should take the opportunity and finish this complex out. And you know, if we do get the money from the grant, we can turn around and backfill that and take that money out and put it towards the senior center. And we would be able to get that $3 million back to put back in and expand the senior center. But I think we have a great opportunity here to bring tournaments to our town, and I think we're really missing the boat by not including both phases in this strategic plan.
Councilmember Mendoza.
These are my comments. I want to put the 600 grand in for the sound wall. That's what we said. That's what should be done. If it comes in less than 100 grand, yay, we save $500,000. It's fantastic. But I think we need to do it. The fact that we built windows underneath, like below an on-ramp, I mean, that was just irresponsible. We should have never done that as a city. It's not the right thing to do, and it is on city land. So I think we have the responsibility to see what we can get done. I agree. I thought the senior center expansion was a long-term thing. So I think we keep it on our list as long-term. The other thing is I think we need more analytics around that, because my understanding is it makes 55,000, but it costs 217,000 to run it. So we're at a deficit of a city on some money. If we expand, what do those numbers look like forecasted out for the expansion? Because if right now we're losing about 175, we're probably going to be losing about, I would say 200, a little over $200,000. And we need to build that in the budget. This doesn't build in an additional loss with increased. The other thing is 30% of the people in that in the senior center come from out of town. They don't live in Brentwood. And it's a big ask to ask Brentwood people to like keep subsidizing this. So I think that we need to figure out, why is it that Park and Rec and the kids have to be net zero? I'm not understanding why the senior center doesn't have to be net zero. I don't know why that is. I mean, I don't mind helping, but I just like to understand the history of that. So I would like to see the senior center amount wiped out, and it's something we can look at in the next couple of years, and move those dollars over to the Sand Creek Sports Park phase 1 and 2, because that would cover that and leave a little bit extra. I said it before in the strategic plan, we ask a lot of you, of staff. I'm talking to you, staff. We ask a lot of you. We are tough. We want to do the right thing. We have a lot of questions, I think more than you've probably ever gotten before. So when it comes to your staffing, I will always support you for your staffing. I think it's the right thing for us to do, because we ask a lot of you. Let me think. I don't want to do the Better in Brentwood for 20,000. I am not happy with the quality of work from the Better in Brentwood. I think that we're starting to use it to park things that are city related, not businessy related. I'm really confused what the direction is. So right now we're doing 60. I don't want to do a penny more until we figure out exactly what the goal is. I was actually, Darren, I think his name is, he said we need additional funding to like be inclusive. Like that scared me, that with 60 grand, we can't be inclusive. Like that was really weird statement. Like that made me feel super uncomfortable. So 60 grand, figure out how to be inclusive on that one. The Better in Brentwood company that does it. If you can't, then we should find someone else. I think, let's see, I'm trying to think. I think that's it for right now. Parking garage. I know there's a big spend. What is the spend just if we do screens at the top story and the second story? Because I think the school's biggest problem was people throwing stuff out. And I think I heard someone jump not too long ago. So I think we need to figure out if we could just put screens on, is that a cost savings? Like some kind of, and maybe a laser cut screen so it's artistic, something pretty, can come out of the art budget maybe, get the kids involved. That's all I have right now. I can't think of, I know I had more, but that's all I have. I had more notes, but whoever wants to go next can go next.
I do have a question regarding the sports fields. Have we done any kind of research on what kind of revenue can be expected from that location?
Again, good evening, Mayor. This is Bruce Mulder, Parks and Rec Director. So just some real initial analysis with the understanding that the revenue impact from artificial turf would be much higher than the revenue impact from natural turf. But we have not done, an economic impact study where we're looking at the full impact of what those fields could generate as far as TOT revenue and revenue to bring into restaurants. We do look at this and anticipate that this could be a game changer for Brentwood in that it's right next to the streets of Brentwood. We have the trail corridor that will go right to the streets of Brentwood. That Sand Creek Trail also is a connecting point that takes you to downtown Brentwood. So I see that it's a significant impact, but I do not have specifics on what that economic impact will be, other than I think it would be significant, as some of the public comments have said.
Bruce, I know I should have this at the top of my head, but there's a lot of things that we've been talking about for the last hour or so. What is the cost of the phase 2 if we decided to move forward with that? I can't see it right now.
Sure, we've estimated that cost to be $3 to $5 million. It's less than the phase 1 because phase 1 includes a lot of the additional hardscape and planning the planning and design of the whole master plan for the park, as well as all the additional amenities. The area in the basin is basically going to be turf. Since it's a detention basin, we're not putting additional amenities down into that. So it's basically finishing off, leveling it off, putting in turf for additional fields in the basin.
Okay, and one more question. What are we doing with the community center space there that's open? I know there's been, I've had several residents over the last couple of months talk to me about additional programming for seniors there. Is that an alternative potential? Could you answer a little bit of that?
Yeah, so with before COVID, we were looking at basically bursting at the seams with the senior center. And so some of the larger programs that the seniors would have, some of their special events, we have moved some of those over to the community center because it has much larger capacity for those kinds of events. So we are already starting to use the community center as an additional site for some of the senior services programming.
Okay, and one more question. If we were to start as soon as possible on these sports fields, what kind of time frame are we talking about completion?
Well, we would get going, with this next 2-year cycle right away on bringing on a consultant to start with the planning and design and outreach to be able to master plan the park. That would also include, some environmental analysis would have to be done as well. So the planning environmental analysis would need to be done. And once that's complete, then we would move towards construction. So I anticipate that within this 2-year planning cycle, it would be great if we could get ready to break ground by the end of the 2 years to start construction on the project. If not sooner, if we move right away.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, would there be cost savings by doing phase 1 and phase 2 all together instead of spreading them apart, and leveraging the project?
Yes, I would think so. The way that construction costs keep increasing, the longer you delay a project, I think we can anticipate that cost will go up. And I think there would be some cost savings in being able to do it all at once with one, set of a contractor working towards that project.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Bruce, what's the total cost for phase 1 and 2? What would be the total?
So we estimated phase 1 at $10 million and phase 2 to be $3 to $5 million. So if you estimate up, we're looking at $15 million.
Okay. And that's not including a facility, right?
That is not including a recreation building indoor facility at the site. It's an outdoor sports complex.
So it'd be more just like restaurants and benches and tables or something like that?
It would include a picnic area, and it would be outdoor event-oriented sports fields, et cetera.
Okay. I obviously, if anybody knows anything about me when it comes to youth and young people, I'm always very supportive of that. I have a lot of family that have been involved in Impact for years. My son played for Impact for a while, Ajax as well. all these clubs out here. I know a lot of people that are involved in that. So I think it's a beautiful thing, a great opportunity to, be able to do this. I guess my thing too is that not everybody plays soccer, right? So I think that at the same time, we got to also think of those other youth in regards to what are we going to do to be able to provide adequate services to them as well. Like I said, totally supportive. I think it's a great opportunity for our youth, for our community. But we have a lot of youth that don't participate in these type of sports or in sports in general that we also have to be considerate and, look at what we're going to do and providing services to them as well. So, like I said, I mean, I've known about Impact for many, many years. So, yeah, it's a lot of money.
Member Meyer?
It is a lot of money, and it is a scary thing to talk about spending that much money. I totally understand that. Parking garage. It is a safety and a security issue from what I'm understanding and from having met with the teachers. I think I could understand absolutely doing some analysis around what that breakdown would look like and what, if we really need to spend the money to do the gate, are we feeling a little bit better about not needing that? But I don't want to shortchange that, considering how many people were impacted by this and the fear of, like we were talking about throwing things off there. People had, not paint guns, I can't think of, airsoft gun, maybe it was, jumping. There have also been like sideshow type of behaviors. There's the kids that drive up to the top and take part in unsafe behaviors. So I think I could see getting a little bit more information on that before we commit to the full 450, but I do not want to shortchange that because it's been going on. It's another thing that's been going on for a long time. And I'm not sure why it finally got to the point where there was some action being taken, but it finally got to that point. So I just don't want to shortchange it. The soccer fields, it is absolutely scary talking in that in those kind of numbers. It's just overwhelming. But the idea of being able to potentially bring the revenues in and also to possibly save money if we do everything at once, that has some pretty big impact, pun intended. So I think it is something that we need to focus on that. The sound wall, I absolutely agree. We've committed to this. We talked about it in December. I'm not willing to go back on offering that solution to our residents who have been suffering. I think that's it's our responsibility. There was mistakes made. We need to fix it, in my opinion. And then the senior center, it's a tough one because I know that they are bursting at the seams. I'm glad to see that we're continuing to talk about the community center the way we were before COVID. I have concerns about some of the access to the community center from the parking garage. So I would hope that the programming would be adapted so that the things that are going to attract the less physically strong and capable people would be held at the senior center because it's easier access, and the things that are more active exercise classes, for example, those could be at the community center. I hope those things are considered. I'm sure they will be. So I can see at this point looking at doing that down the road because it makes sense given the other priorities and the way we've been looking at this in the 20 years for the soccer fields. And I think, and looking, I'm squinting big time because I'm only working on one screen here. But I think at this point, that's what I wanted to address. Thank you.
Councilmember Rare.
I of course, the sound wall is, and I think we should change it back to sound study mitigation measures. So that covers the sound wall and engaging the other agencies, which was all of what we discussed that evening. That might be a better title for that area. I don't want to give any more money to Booze Better in Brentwood until it is revamped with the 60,000. Because it does, one of the things that Josh said during our meeting last time is that staff handles photos and marketing when a new business comes to town for free, all part of the business license fees. So it's kind of surprising that we don't have more businesses on there, since we've had more businesses coming to town in the last 6 years. So I'm surprised that we don't have more of them. So that I like to pull out. And yeah, I definitely think that we should do both phases of the Sand Creek Sports Park. I was just looking at the survey from the Parks and Rec Master Plan that we did back in, 2017, 18. And there was almost 1,700 peak users per day that play soccer. That's a lot of kids, and we have 10 fields. So they are going other places. And this can help bring money in, which then we can take that money and use it for other things in town to improve the quality of life for our residents. So I think that this is a win-win for us, to keep those tournaments here and bring more in. And what was the other one? I'd mentioned the instead of the Better in Brentwood brand funding to, I forget what it was called. Actually, I can pull that up. That we talked about at the last meeting. It was working with the Ag Enterprise, or working with Harvest Time in Brentwood, and also with Contra Costa Wine Growers. And unfortunately, my thing is coming up blurry, but it was something that Economic Development had put out there. And I'm not seeing it in the, is it something that was funded anyway? Because I'm not even seeing it as an item that we could have voted on last time. Maybe staff can, it was part of the strategic plan initiative presentation by Economic Development, but it was not, it's not part of the 21 items that were listed.
We can call up Senior Analyst Josh Ewan to answer what it may be you're looking for. He may recall for you. So we'll bring him up. Margaret, please.
Hi, good evening. Mayor, council members, Josh Ewan, Senior Analyst with Economic Development. Yes, great question, Councilmember Rary. I believe my understanding is that the top 10 strategic initiatives from this last session did not include the the feasibility and appropriate scaling of an ag tourism facility.
It wasn't even included as one of the initiatives we could vote on.
Right. So what the council may have as an option is staff could do a little bit of digging. We can work with our Ag Enterprise Committee, and then following some future actions, we can come back to the council with an idea of what that potential project may look like. We'd like to flush that out with all of our ag tourism partners in the area, as well as the Ag Enterprise Committee, if that's something the council would like us to move towards at a staff time and labor standpoint.
Yeah, and maybe even get LMC into the conversation, since it was, the viticulture classes is what kind of fed into the incubator.
Yeah, a potential source of funding would be ag mitigation funds, should the council decide to use those funds, which are paid for by new development within the community.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Thank you.
But yeah, I was surprised. It wasn't in our list of 21 but yet it was something you proposed during the, as I said, I watched that video today. So I wasn't sure because to be honest, the list of things that were in here, there's no real wording that tells us what exactly these things are for. I mean, some of them are pretty straightforward, but for the most part, we don't, because we don't get the little staff blurb on it, all we got was where the funding was coming from. And so it makes it difficult to say, yeah, this is what we wanted when it's not there. But yeah, I would love to see that come back and thank you. What was it called?
I believe a good working title would be a agritourism facility, destination or experience facility.
Okay.
And Josh, if I recall, I don't think we included it on that list because we thought it was going to come from that dedicated funding source, the ag mitigation fees, and would come out of that master plan study, if I remember right. And so that's why it wasn't offered up as something prioritized. We would just bring it back to the council, and much of it could have been privately funded or whatever the ag mitigation fees would come into play. But yeah, we'll certainly look into that further.
Okay, that sounds good. And while I think working with those two groups is a great idea, they're not inclusive of all the farmers that are in our area. So we need to be mindful of that too. Okay. I think that is all that I had. Thank you.
And I just have one other thing on the senior center. So I'm glad to hear that you're using other spots in the city hall and that building. Is there any way for us to get an inventory of the available spaces, additionally what spaces we lease out, and what opportunities those provide for programming for seniors? And, you know, like the mayor said, we did get a lot of emails, and a lot of those spaces were supposed to be for the youth, and they haven't been allowed to use them, like the kitchen and things like that. I think they were supposed to be an art studio. And so is there any way that we can understand exactly the spacing and what is going on and what's available? And I mean, I know, the vice mayor said other kids do other things, and that's what we're working on with the youth center. But in the meantime, is there any other spaces for some, a cooking class or an art class, or, a finance 101 class for high schoolers, or whatever it is that their interest might be? That would be great if we could get an inventory of the open space and the lease space,
Yes, we could put something together that shows current facility use and basically the capacity of our use based on what is being used and what the vacancy kind of rates are for our current facilities we're using, and what are those facilities being used for? Is it seniors? Is it youth? Is it outside community groups renting facilities? Is it city use? That type of thing. We could do some analysis and bring that back to the city council.
Yeah, because I keep hearing cooking classes for kids. So, I mean, we have a kitchen, right? I don't know if it's possible, but we have all of this space. So let's figure out how do we use it for the youth and the seniors so that we can really get the return on what it was supposed to be when it was built out.
Yeah, I think we could put some analysis together for the council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
This goes back to what Councilmember Mendoza was saying and what I mentioned earlier when it comes to the goals for Parks and Rec. I think we have that survey that we did for the youth center. There was a lot of information in there about what kids and their parents are looking for, and what Councilmember Mendoza mentioned as far as cooking class was one of them. There was a lot of mentors type programming and tutoring and that kind of thing. So I absolutely would support the idea of programs outside of a youth center. We don't have any idea what's going to happen with that. That just can give our kids, sports kids or otherwise, something else to do, some other kind of like, again, arts, cooking, whatever, to give them some activities in town. So I totally support that.
Before I go to Councilmember Rare, I did have a couple questions really quick. Just a couple clarifying questions to answer Mr. Dorman's concerns. Both the adequate water supply and the organic management system, I just want to make it very clear, those are state mandates that we don't have a choice on. And anyone that looked at the two lines with the most zeros would have been astonished. I know I was at first, but those are mandates that really we're just going to have to figure out a way to accomplish it as a city, and unless at the state level they decide to make a rare decision to provide funding for mandates that they put on cities. That hasn't happened yet very often, if ever. But I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Dorman was aware that some of these things are out of our control. And also, just clarifying with Bruce, these sports fields, I know soccer's the most popular sport on the planet, and we have a lot of really high skilled soccer players in the area. Some of the families that have left Brentwood have gone to D1 soccer teams in the state and out of the state and had great success. So, you know, as usual, Brentwood has some really world-class athletes coming out of our families. And I just want to make sure that there, in addition to soccer, these fields can be adapted for use of other field sports as well.
Yes, I would like to, that's what we want to have, you know, experts come in with our, you know, development and planning on this. And that's why we called it soccer and multi-use sports fields. So it can handle additional use as well. And that is why we want to have a community outreach process as part of the planning for the park, so that we are not just engaging the soccer folks, but the rest of our outside sports users as well, to master plan the park appropriately for the residents of Brentwood.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarick.
Bruce, or actually you're probably not the person, well, yeah, you would be the person now. The kitchen at the community center, from what I recall, it had one stove, correct? I think it's got one stove, it's got one large prepping table in there, but it's not something where you could teach classes. I mean, back when I went to school, we actually had home ec, and you had your individual kitchenettes that you worked with other people in.
It's considered a commercial kitchen. I can't tell you exactly how many burners and that types of thing it has, but I think there is some potential there. You know, if we had an independent contractor that could teach classes, that it's an opportunity for us to use that facility.
Yeah, I mean, if we could, I just remember it, and the location of it, if I recall, is kind of in a tight corner. If I remember right. Yeah, it wasn't, yeah. So anyway, if we could see if that is something that can be done in that area. And I think that was the only other thing.
Well, if there is no more discussion, and we can give clear direction to staff as to what we would like to see tonight, is there a motion regarding this item?
Well, can we see where we are on the funding below, under, like, how much over are we? Because we got to figure that out. Because I think we're over.
Yes, Councilmember Mendoza, I was able to pull up the Excel sheet while we were taking public comment. I knew you'd like that. So this is ready to go. I can make adjustments here. I obviously wasn't doing that during discussion because I wanted to make sure we had some consensus before I started, deleting and adding things. But if I'm understanding direction that it sounds like we're going, we would pull out the 3 million here. And so I'd just remove these pieces and add in, to be safe, 5 million. I mean, we don't really know, but it sounded like we were going to go up to 15 million over here. Part of that is going to be paid for by the park's impact fees, so it's not quite as bad as having to find the additional, I don't know why that looks like that, the additional resources. So we'll go 6923339, 6923. Okay, so let's see how much I've got here. 14.2, so I need another 700,000. I could put, you know, so with that, I have $15 million in funding. We have 650,000 left on the bond refinance, and we've eliminated senior center expansion and moved it on up into Sand Creek Sports Park. I want to reiterate, we may adjust some things here, but it'll fit within this capacity I've got here. Then the other things I'm hearing are moving up here. This could have an up to 600,000. Now we will be short over here, 580,000. There are a couple of solutions to this. Actually, I could pull the bond refinance savings here, or we could use funds from the sale of the properties that we're talking about right here. Now that's not shown on this chart, but just as a, you know, to expand our funding capacity, we are going to sell these properties. We'll certainly receive more than $580,000. Another alternative we could do would be to just pull 580 from the budget stabilization fund. I think that's a reasonable amount considering the balance that's in there. We also could have more than 1 million savings this current year. In fact, I think we'll be a little bit above this number. We just heard from police how they're having a lot of trouble filling their vacancies. Well, that's bad for public safety. It's good for the budget because we're saving all that money. So we're going to have more savings that could also come in. So this number, we have a few options to fill that. So I don't think this is a hurdle that we couldn't get over through one of those three options. Let's see, what else did we have? Remove budget in brief. I heard from at least a couple, but I won't save this sheet if you know, this isn't consensus here. But pulled that off, so we're still okay here. Let's see, parking garage. I didn't hear consensus to adjust this. There was some discussion. I think Councilmember Mendoza mentioned perhaps there could be a lower cost alternative, but we don't know that just yet. So I don't have anything to put there. I think that's everything I had on my list for that was just discussed, unless anybody, if there's anything that I missed from any of the council.
Just changing the title of it.
Oh, yeah. So we had
sound study mitigation measures, which was what we voted on.
So we would change that.
Now, Carrie, really quick, how do we know what things are going to actually cost if we haven't done any type of research or anything like that in regards to what any of these projects would actually cost? Well, not all of them, but some of them, I guess.
Yeah, these are the best estimates we have right now. As these projects come up for for us to start working on, we will refine the costs. So it'll start with the capital budget. This may change between now and when the CIP budget happens in 2 months.
Yeah, so what concerns me is that the vote that we're going to make tonight, if we're going to move forward on these without having specific numbers on what some of these projects would cost, I mean, that's not really good practice, is it? I mean, it's better for us to actually have numbers. And obviously, I know numbers could fluctuate, you know what I mean? But something's a little bit more concrete than, oh, it could be this or it could be that. Yeah. How does that work?
Well, so these numbers, moving forward at this point, what we're looking to do is approve kind of the left-hand side here, and these are our best estimates. If there's substantial changes here, we will bring those up at the workshop and say, Council, you know, Sand Creek Sports Park is 18 million. Are we sure we want to continue to try and move forward with 18 million? That may require additional, you know, we may have to move some things around. If it changes, tonight isn't approving moving forward regardless of cost. It's approving these items at
The
these
project
anticipated,
itself.
at these anticipated funding levels. If, like I said, if there's a change, we wouldn't expect there to be a change. These should be fairly good numbers, but in the next 2 months, we'll refine and make sure that we're solid here. If there are changes, we will say, we'll bring it forward and say, do you want to move forward still at this cost level? I'm not anticipating that happening to any great degree. I just want to point that out, that we're not necessarily locking in this entire sheet here tonight. We'd like to say this is what we're going to do, and you'll see this in the budget. But if there is a change, we'll say, time out. Let's make sure we're all on the same page before we move forward with anything. So at this point, moving forward would not commit the council to funding this regardless of cost. Any of these items regardless of cost, unless we get direction tonight to do an early implementation, and then we'll immediately come back and start something. Otherwise, these projects will make it into the budget. They'll have project sheets with costs broken out. And if there's a change, we can talk about, if we want to still move forward, if it still makes sense to move forward. Again, I don't anticipate getting to that. I just want to point out that there could be changes. Certainly there could be changes in the funding in these line items. That doesn't necessarily mean the total cost will change. But for example, the American Rescue Plan, this may not be the best slide for it. I may want to move it just based on there's procurement rules and federal things we have to comply with for the use of these funds. Does it make the most sense on this line, or should I try to move it somewhere else and bring down less restrictive fund here? That's the sort of thing that may occur as well.
So it's your best guess for what you have available right now. When you come up with the actual items, you'll come back to us and say, this is the amount of money I need you guys to approve. This was in your budget. This is what I need. And then we'll settle that then.
Yes. That's exactly it. So the commitment tonight that we would seek is really just, this in principle, if this is a good, if these numbers are accurate, this is what we want to do. Certainly these are the things we'd like to do. And then if these turn out, if there's something here that's not accurate or changes, let's talk about that before we just move forward.
And I just heard you. So if we decided we want to say move fast on one of these items, like the sports complex, you could move fast on that. You wouldn't have to wait for the next budget cycle.
That's up to the city council. That's correct. City council can early implement a project. Meaning, at this point, we're talking about early implementation being, a few months. But in the past, it was done, I think, ironically, for the fifth beat. We did early implementation on that. I think there's been at least another one. Mm-hmm. If we did something like this, Sand Creek Sports Park Phase 1, that's a larger project. I'd probably want to talk with Bruce a little bit about how long it's going to take to get things started on this. I can't really speak to that, but staff could start the work.
Well, that's kind of my reason for early implementation, because I think the startup tasks are going to be so big that if he could start sooner, the sooner we'll get it done.
Speaking, I don't want to speak for Bruce, but I'll do it anyway. But I think he could, probably, Bruce, you can probably start some of the work beforehand without budget. Now, if you need budget, that we need to talk about.
I guess would it benefit you? I mean, from what you're hearing, the majority of the council seems to want to go forward. So is there any benefit for you and in Parks and Rec hearing early implementation tonight, or would you just like to wait until the budget?
Well, one example might be authorizing us to go out to get an RFP, to get a designer architect to start doing all that project planning. That sometimes takes 2 months to even get that person for a contract in front of you. That's something that we could get started on sooner before start spending any of that $15 million. But
okay.
that would be something that could be done earlier.
Yeah, I agree. We can start doing that legwork, but July 1st will be here before we know it. So I don't think there'll be some real work as far as that RFP going out, but we can start doing the legwork for it.
So back in December, when I made the motion, this is to Johnny's question about how this funding came to be. I made the motion to determine people, time, and money analysis, and it would be coming back to us. And originally we talked about January, but it was moved out to February. So that was what we needed over these last 3 months, was time to do that analysis, correct? And that's where you got these figures from.
Yes, these came from us doing the analysis to come up with these estimated costs for these projects. So we've used that time
ballpark numbers
for ballpark estimated figures.
So we need to change the name on that, though, to remove the phase 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. Yes, I'll just call it Sand Creek Sports Park, unless there's
sports complex.
Sports complex.
That's what Sunset Field is, or Sunset's the sports complex. I'll make a motion. The mayor had asked for a motion earlier to adopt the strategic plan as documented in this document, with proposing an RFP for the design for the Sand Creek Sports Complex ahead of time, and to move forward on the sound wall.
I'll second
that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but weren't we also talking about early implementation on the parking garage? We did talk about that in December to see if there was an urgent need to do anything sooner.
What does Mickey? It's Mickey's world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is up to council's direction.
But we had talked about an early implementation for the sake of safety. Is that still something we consider to be a priority?
My question to Mickey would be, do you have the bandwidth to early implement that?
Yes, we've already, again, put together, pulled all the existing plans of that parking garage and put together this preliminary conceptual gate design that I've already explained. But it also sounded like from Councilmember Meyer that there's an interest in looking at some other alternative, cheaper alternatives. Is that still correct?
I think it was just a matter of understanding what the breakdown of cost was, and also getting some information from the police about, are the needs as great as they were in December when we first started talking about having this be early implementation? Like, do we need to reevaluate what the urgency is? Do we need to reevaluate like the gate if something else is going to be sufficient? I just want to make sure we're looking at all the components that feed into this amount.
Right, and we can look at other alternatives too to find ways to reduce costs, work with PD on looking at how enforcement has helped over the past couple months, and not necessarily rush this project, again, at the will of council.
It's the will of council, but we just need to make sure we're not shortchanging if it's a safety issue and it's urgent. So does that mean getting more information? There we go. Hello, Captain Herbert.
Okay.
I lost him.
Yeah. Okay.
There you are.
Yes. So as of right now, we have seen a reduction in some of the issues we've been having, i.e. the late night sideshow activity from vehicles, that type of stuff. The juveniles accessing the 4th floor during the day or during school hours, if we put a fence up there, the fence would, unless it was almost a roof, it would be stopping them from throwing something over a fence, could be, present a problem. So limiting the access would be the number one priority. Is if they don't have access to the 4th floor, then they can't throw things off the 4th floor or over the fence into the school. We know how kids are, and sometimes if we put up a barrier, it presents a bigger challenge for them to overcome. So by limiting that access, at least during those hours, might help us to shut that down altogether. In addition to the sideshow activity occurs because there is such a nice drifting curve from the 4th floor coming around to the 3rd. And that's typically where we see it. Damien and Katie can attest the great view they have from their office overlooking that exact curve. So by limiting that for the vehicles, it just discourages that activity altogether from allowing them to be in there. So I believe the plan we were on with Mickey from the start, not that we can't look at alternatives, but just limiting that access to the stairwells and the vehicles to those upper floors will greatly reduce the youth activity up there.
Okay, if that is a consensus, and it looks like Chief Hansen is unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Meyer, through the mayor and council. Listen, the parking garage was built next to a school. We've had problems there from day one. After the incident with the BB gun, we met with school staff. We sat down, myself, my command staff, and my school resource officers, and we put extra patrol. My police officers have been doing a phenomenal job. We have seen activity over there almost come to a halt. We're never going to stop problems there unless we lock that garage up and make it a fortress. I don't know if that's the answer. We could put walls up there and kids are going to still find a way, or people are still going to find a way to throw things over the side. We've had people jump off there. We've had people to climb up there. The design was not made to prevent people from going up there and accessing areas that they shouldn't be accessing. But in short, Councilmember Meyer, we have seen a dramatic reduction in activity. We moved that, believe it or not, we moved that red chair. Parks and Rec did a great job of moving the big red chair to the center of the park, which greatly reduced the kids hanging out. But that area there is a nice area. Kids can go there. Since COVID, we've removed the furniture and limited some access inside City Hall. We don't see problems in there anymore. So some of those designs that were built for a real friendly access to our community has really invited issues into that City Hall in and around there. I think if we work collaboratively with Mickey's shop, Bruce's shop, and the police department, and we make it a priority, we can continue to make that an area that people don't come and congregate. It is next to a high school. It's a park. It's a city park. The kids do go over there. There's a lot of kids that enjoy that park. They're not all causing problems, but we do have a handful of problems. It seems like the car clubs like to gather there. I mean, we hear it every other Tuesday night when we're in chambers of them up there at the parking garage. My command staff, from my lieutenants up, get a ping on their phone whenever cars are up there at night. So we have a very up-to-date camera system up there. We do, like Captain Herbert mentioned earlier, there's new legislation that California passed that if kids are up there doing donuts, we can go impound their car the next day. And we have the technology there to gather license plates. So I'll end it here. I could go on, but we have seen a big reduction. And I think if we work together, we can continue to do that. It does take some work, but any kind of technology is going to help. But I don't know. That will be up to you whether we want to invest that money there or elsewhere. I do agree with Councilmember Mendoza, and I think we should do our due diligence of maybe putting some screens up on that north side of the garage. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
Thank you. We did talk at one point about using I can't think of the
public art piece.
Thank you, to do some sort of decorative screening. So with all of this in mind, I'm okay with not doing early implementation because it sounds like the worst of the safety issues have been mitigated to some degree, and maybe looking at that amount and seeing, not necessarily trying to cut costs, more like trying to make sure we're doing the right thing with it, that we're prioritizing correctly, because things have changed since we first started talking about this. So my apologies for interrupting your motion.
I think that was my motion. The only other thing was what you were asking for, and you're withdrawing that now. So.
And then I seconded it, so I think we're good, right?
Actually, there's one in every crowd, and I just want to make sure I can clarify the motion if I may. I was trying to jot down all the different things the council that it sounded like there was consensus on, and I just want to make sure it's all wrapped up in the motion so staff knows exactly what to expect from this vote tonight. You'll note that there is a resolution in the staff report. I didn't hear any mention of the resolution, but consideration, as detailed in the staff report, adopt the resolution with the following amendments. One, the revised funding plan is showed by the finance director this evening. Two, revise the strategic plan as follows. A, changes to section 1.1.d related to sound mitigation measures and exploration of sound wall improvements. B, remove section 3.2.b, boost better in Brentwood. C, revise the sports complex, section 5.2.a to reflect the addition of phase 2 and start an RFP process in advance of the initiative going forward. And D, move the senior center expansion to a future date, and that's section 5.2.b. I think that encompasses everything council had discussed, and Mr. Breen made changes to the spreadsheet. And I didn't hear all that in the motion.
Yes.
I second her yes.
So,
everything that's in that spreadsheet.
So it sounds as though Councilmember Rary is amending her motion to include what I just read, and Councilmember Mendoza is seconding that.
Yes.
I would ask staff, Mr. Breen, Mr. Ogden, anyone else here, if that encompasses everything they understood the council direction to be.
One clarification. I'm not sure, Damien, if you mentioned early implementation on the sound study mitigation measures.
I did not, and I didn't have that down, but that can certainly be added.
Yes, that was early input. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, and that would involve staff bringing back a CIP sheet to officially adopt a budget. That was it on for me. Do want to mention, maybe it's a separate action, but there hasn't been a discussion of the staffing plan, which is included, I believe, in the original resolution. So
it was in there, Carrie. So I didn't bring that up. I didn't hear any discussion either from the council, and I just focused on the areas that I thought I heard consensus on. But that is in the resolution they would be adopting.
Yeah. I think in the beginning, I don't know if anyone else, but I said, your staffing is golden with me. Like, yeah. I'm fine.
And I can amend it to include the proposed staffing plan and the related budgetary amendments and implementation actions.
Okay.
Right. Second that amendment.
All right. And if I could ask the city clerk, any clarifying questions before the vote's taken?
No, I don't have any additional questions.
Right.
Clarifying question.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we will move into item D2. It pertains to our city's general plan conservation and open space element and possible direction to staff pertaining to its implementation. And Eric Nolthinius will present on the item. Eric, if you're still with us, turn it to you.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
We certainly can, if it pleases council. We can take a 5-minute break. We will be in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
7 o'clock. Do we think we'll be out of here before 1 a.m.?
I have confidence that we can do it.
I had a triple latte, so I'm great. I knew this one was going to go late, so I'm prepared. And a bunch of Girl Scout cookies.
Wow. Okay, it looks like we have a quorum back, and so at this time we will turn it to staff regarding item D2 pertaining to our city's general plan conservation and open space element and possible direction to staff pertaining to its implementation. And Eric, it's all you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I do appreciate you asking if I was still here. I was starting to wonder that myself a little bit. So I do have a presentation to run through, but I know it's getting late, so I'll do my best to keep it brief. And I will share my screen now. So this item does have a little bit of history to it, dating back to last fall. On October 26th, the council discussed a future agenda item related to implementation of the general plan's conservation and open space element. At that time, the council unanimously directed staff to add an item to the strategic plan process with an emphasis on prioritizing any actions remaining to be implemented. On December 1st, the council held a day-long strategic plan workshop with one particular initiative proposed by the Community Development Department being to protect natural and agricultural resources. This initiative included development of an implementation plan for the conservation and open space element, consistent with the direction that was provided in October, along with prioritizing the remaining actions and identifying any associated staff time and or cost. A little bit of background on the general plan itself and how it's organized. The current general plan was comprehensively updated by the council back in July of 2014. It's organized into a set of elements or chapters, many of which are mandated by state law. Two of those mandatory elements are conservation and open space. And while these are identified separately by the state, it's common for cities and counties to combine them into a single element since there tends to be a fair amount of overlap. This is the way that Brentwood has historically organized its general plan, including the current version, with the conservation and open space element being chapter 4. Each general plan element is organized in the same way. It begins with a brief overview, and then it's followed by a series of goals, policies, and actions. So a goal is a description of a general desired result that the community seeks to create. A policy is a specific statement that guides decision-making as the city works to achieve various goals and objectives. And an action is an implementation measure, procedure, technique, or specific program that's undertaken by the city to help achieve a specified goal or implement an adopted policy. Chapter 12 of the general plan addresses implementation and priority levels for all actions. So in the conservation and open space element alone, there are 9 goals that are supported by 80 different policies and 47 different actions. At the time the general plan was adopted back in 2014, Each action included in Chapter 12 was assigned a relative priority level, A, B, or C. So level A implies that the action will be implemented in approximately 1 to 5 years. Priority level B implies that the action will be implemented in approximately 5 to 10 years. And priority level C indicates that the action will be implemented in approximately 10 to 20 years. There are also a number of actions that are referenced as ongoing, which means that they're either already being undertaken by the city or that they're expected to continue on like a periodic or perpetual basis. Of the 47 actions that are contained within the conservation and open space element, 13 are designated as level A, 9 are level B, 1 is level C, and 24 are ongoing. Most of the actions that are designated as either levels A, B, or C have either not been started or only partial progress has been made on them. Many of the actions that are remaining to be implemented will require both staff and financial resources, therefore kind of making them difficult to definitively schedule. So it's important to keep this particular element in perspective relative to the rest of the general plan. And that's because the general plan's implementation schedule addresses actions not only within this element, but within every other element as well. The general plan was created with a comprehensive perspective on the work of implementing the entire document over time. As a result, it represents the balancing of various factors, including staff time, funding, community priorities, and the difficulty of implementation, or saying implementation, among other things. Following the council discussions last year, staff reviewed the actions contained within this element to determine their status, and for those that have not yet been completed, a preliminary estimate of the staff time and or cost to do so. The table that's attached to the staff report is excerpted from Chapter 12 of the general plan with a couple of slight modifications. These include sorting it according to priority level and then adjusting the last column to reflect some notes about status along with preliminary estimates of staff time and or cost. As far as next steps, staff recommends that the council review the information contained within the report and the attached table, and then provide direction in terms of how the various actions should be prioritized. This could include, for example, prioritizing actions within each respective priority level, again, A, B, and C. Staff would then coordinate with other departments and potentially consultants in some cases as necessary and come back to the council with a formal scope of work, schedule for implementation, and budget update if necessary. If the council does determine that changes to actions themselves are needed, for example, deleting one or more of them, modifying their text, or adding new ones, then a formal amendment to the conservation and open space element would be required as a separate item. I do want to point out that while a lot of the work preparing this item was done by community development staff, I did have help from folks in other departments. So depending on the type of questions the council has, I may need to refer those to either public works staff or economic development staff or even park staff, but I'll do my best to answer those questions as they come up. And I also have at the back end of this file that's up on the screen, the entire table 12 that was excerpted. So if the council has specific questions about specific items, I can go to those so that we can all look at them at the same time. That concludes my presentation at this point, so I'll turn it back to the mayor and council for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, let me make sure I can see everyone's hand. There we are. Seeing none, then at this, Councilmember Rary.
Okay, so if we want to make an amendment like policy 5, let me make sure that that's the one. Goal 5 policy, allow resource extraction of gas, oil, and mineral resources as an interim use. So we could remove that?
So that's a good question. You wouldn't be able to do that tonight. So that would be an amendment to an actual policy that's identified in the general plan. If the council wanted to amend that in any fashion or say just delete the policy altogether, it would require a formal amendment to that portion of the conservation and open space element, which would require a public hearing and going through the commission and back to the council for final adoption.
So, and what about the one above that? Ensure that areas of mineral resources can be mined while productive and are ultimately reused for urbanization or open space. So what kind of mining would be done in our town?
Well, for example, we do have an oil and gas production ordinance. It's chapter 17.680, I believe, of the municipal code. So there's portions of that that would apply. But it's similar to your last question. So if any changes were needed or desired to any of the goal language or the policy language or even the action language, that would constitute basically a formal amendment that would need to come back through a more formal process. The goal of this particular item was to review the various actions that are identified, again, as either A, B, C, or ongoing, and then figure out how to prioritize getting those actions done that haven't been completed yet. And I do want to circle back just real quick. Basically, if you think of, close to 50 action items, approximately half of those items within this element are basically ongoing. So they're in progress in some fashion through, again, the various departments in the city. It's really the A, B, and C items that are a little bit hit and miss. And so those are the ones that, if the council desires some more immediate action, that's the direction that staff would be looking for.
Okay. Now on action 9B, I think reference to our residents being able to go through MCE, but we're not a member of MCE. So are our residents able to go through MCE?
Yeah, and that's a good question as well. Thank you. I know that this was one of those items that I received some input from our public works staff on. So I don't know if our director, Mickey Sabota, hopefully he's still on the line, and maybe he could answer that question for Councilmember Rary. Or maybe not.
Good morning. So sorry, I had to be elevated.
Good morning.
We're not there yet, Mickey. We're not there yet.
Not quite there yet. Good evening.
50 minutes. 50 minutes, and you can say good morning.
So could you repeat which action item this is?
It was action 9B.
COS 9B.
Yeah.
154 on the agenda page.
Yeah, 154. I'm sorry.
Of course, I don't have page 154.
Yeah, Mickey, it's talking about connecting residents and businesses with programs that provide free or low-cost energy efficiency audits and retrofits. And the note in our table indicates that staff would direct businesses to PG&E and residents to MCE/PG&E. And I believe that came from Alan in your department.
We did request a workshop with MCE. Remember when we were kind of discussing it, everybody was discussing it at that time. And we requested a workshop several years ago to consider joining, but for some reason it was put on the back burner and it has yet to come back to council.
Yeah, you're right. Several years ago, I believe when it was Director McCann, he led the effort on researching MCE as a community aggregate choice provider. I believe there is at least one, maybe two other potential aggregate choice providers that could provide energy for Brentwood. I don't quote me on that. You are correct. The item, I think ultimately there was no direction or action item related to that.
Yeah. So only members can go through MCE, or
It's my understanding that only participating members can utilize MCE.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. And not to jump back, and this one doesn't have to do with you, Mickey, but jumping back to page 142, action 2H, would we need to do an amendment? BALT no longer exists. It merged and is now California Farmland Trust. So I don't know if we need to do an amendment just to update that, or.
Yeah, I don't think we would need to update the action item per se, because it just gives examples of some of the groups.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's fine as is.
All right. I think that's it for now. I had a whole bunch, but it's all right.
I have a question. And I'm new to this, so excuse my ignorance when it comes to this stuff. But I would like, and I think we've talked about it before. I wanted to see, how do we conserve our open space? Again, back to the state. My fear is they're going to take open land and force us to build on it. I know that we have all of the open space catalog. There's a resident who's done all of that, public open space. And that's nowhere on here about open space conservation, but how do we add something if we want to conserve all of our open space and put it on a ballot measure so that we are protected through a voter ballot measure? Can we add anything to this, I guess is my question, because that's what I want to see, and it's not anywhere on here.
Right. Well, so good question. A couple things. One is, again, if the council is interested in adding something to the general plan, and again, this whole item is focused on just a singular chapter of the general plan that's related to conservation and open space. But if there's something in here, or if there's something that's not in here that the council wants to have in here, then the council can direct staff to amend the element, which would again be a formal process to public hearing with, commission making a recommendation and then back to the council for final action. How that language ends up working out, specifically related to, say, a ballot measure, I'd probably defer to our city attorney's office. I don't know if our assistant city attorney's online, she wants to weigh in on that. That wasn't specifically part of this item because it's not something that's already included in the element itself. This was more a discussion of, the different actions, how they've been implemented to date, and then how they can be implemented moving forward. But again, if the council is interested in adding something, just like Councilmember Rary's question about potentially tweaking some of the wording with either policies or actions, that could be done as well. They just can't be done tonight.
So do we have to do an amendment to the general plan, or can we just do, for Councilmember Rary's an ordinance, for mine it's just a completely separate agenda item then? Does it have to go the whole process here, or can we do it outside of this?
I guess it depends on the item. I think it certainly could be done outside of this particular element. But again, if I'm misstating that in any way, either hopefully Mrs. Wazinski or maybe else could jump in on that. But that's my take on it is, depending on the item, you could either include it in the general plan, which would be a very formal, again, process and amendment, or you could do it as a separate item outside of this.
Okay, because I know that I brought that specifically up when Councilmember Susanna brought up all of this. Mm-hmm. So I guess I just don't know why I guess it's the process I'm not understanding, because I know I brought it up and she added it to her ask, and now it's not here and it's not addressed on how do we do that. And I think it's something we need to do pretty fast.
I'm just going to jump in here very quickly, Councilmember Mendoza, and thank you for your question. Mr. Nolthenius is right. Tonight's action item is really focused on the status of the implementation of the conservation and open space element. And given that the language that you're looking for doesn't currently exist in that element, it wasn't included in this implementation update, right? In this status report. So that would be something that you could bring up as a future agenda request, but it doesn't naturally fall within this category of information that we are bringing to you tonight. And so this has a much narrower focus.
Okay, thank you.
Meyer?
So, Eric, as we discussed, and thank you so much for all of this. This is a lot of information you put together and collaborated with other staff members on. It's a lot. So thank you. My original goal in bringing this forward was to, like we talked about, address the low-hanging fruit, figure out the people, time, money thing and the timeline. And I know that you've got like your A, B's, and C's, and my question is, I guess, how do we determine like what would be the quickest and easiest and cheapest thing to implement next? I mean, I know we've got a lot of ongoing, and again, this is a lot of information. You can see that things are implemented in progress. Are there easy things that could be implemented very quickly for a lower cost and less staff time? And what would the timeline look like?
Good question. And so on the last column of the table that was attached, actually you can see this here, I'm sorry. Let me go to an example. So the second item here, which I'm hovering over with the hand, the COS 4J, we have a number of these action items that talk about providing certain information on the city's website. And as it turns out, the city's in the process of doing a comprehensive update to the website. I think those are identified in this spreadsheet or in this table as relatively minimal in terms of staff time and really no actual cost, right, in terms of consultants or any other outside source. So I would identify those. I will say that where you see estimates of staff time or consultant cost, those are at this point, in terms of just putting this whole item together, very ballpark, if you will. So don't take those for exact numbers. That was kind of the best estimate that myself and the other staff that looked at this could provide. But for example, this one has an estimate of let's say 4 hours of staff time. And again, it's something that could be rolled into a larger project that's sort of already in process. So I would identify those. There's a couple, COS 4J, I believe. This one, there's also the one below it, 8F, second from the bottom, very similar. On the next page, you have COS 9F. Again, these are relatively minor in nature in terms of staff time, about 4 hours each. And I would also point you to one of the B-level items, which is 4D here. This is something that's already in progress, but it hasn't been like fully implemented. And you can see on the right-hand side here, there's an estimated staff time of about 16 hours. So these are all items, for example, that I didn't see and the rest of staff didn't see involving any extra sort of outside cost to the city other than current staff time. And this one has an estimate of 16 hours, so it's a little bit more than the resource page issues that I talked about earlier, but still fairly doable. So I think those would sort of qualify as the low-hanging fruit you were talking about, but there's certainly other ones that the council could look at. I know this was another item that we discussed, and it was, again, going to be part of the housing element update, but it's that whole climate action plan. That's a great example of one that is really a standalone project by itself with a fairly significant cost and fairly extensive time frame.
Yeah, and given that, and our discussion about it when we first started talking about that, I would be fine with moving that down to a B or even a C, considering it's a standalone and it's a larger investment of time and money.
Right. And that is COS 8C right here.
Yeah.
On page 12-2 of the table. And again, as we discussed prior, I think what I would do in this case is just leave it as is. It's still a priority item. I wouldn't shift the priority level necessarily. But when that item does come back, either as a standalone item or maybe part of another larger project, the council can certainly authorize that, but I don't see a need to change the priority level at this point.
Okay.
Can we bring this back as a workshop? I think we really need time to digest this, understand it, and make some decisions on what is important to the council. And this is a lot to digest and try to make a decision on the costs. I mean, even estimated total staff time equals 4 hours. Well, what is staff time? How much?
Yeah.
And what does that 80,000 cover exactly?
Can you repeat that? The 80,000?
The 80,000 that was in the strategic plan as a line item?
Yeah, and that's something that we worked with on as the report was getting finalized with finance staff, but I'm wondering if the finance director, Carrie, can you possibly weigh in on that in terms of where we landed on the 80,000?
This is Alexis. Good evening. Can everyone hear me? Hello again. Carrie would probably defer to me on that question since he got that information from me. So if you don't mind, through the mayor, if I can address that question. So as Carrie described, that was a placeholder for probably a combination of, if you did a couple of the 24 and 40-hour items, it would be about 80,000. We costed out the staff time that might go with that, and if we needed an outside consultant. So it is a placeholder, as Carrie said, that would be refined based on council direction when we would come back with an actual work plan and a budget if we needed one. So it's a high end estimate. It could be much lower than that. The website, for example, wouldn't cost much. Working with Fish and Game, we wouldn't even really monetize that. But if you wanted us to come back with, for example, COS at 4F, which is an ordinance, we would need some legal staff time for that. That would be within that $80,000. So it is a real ballpark estimate for the strategic planning process, and we're hoping that this will dovetail timing wise. We get, even if we do a subsequent workshop, we can come back with some more meaningful direction from council and a work plan to incorporate in the budget.
Great, thank you.
I also agree with Councilmember Rary. There is the amount of minutia and information in this, and Eric, you were there helping create this when we did it as a city and a council. None of these things are boilerplate. Every single one of these things we went through it step by step, and we met sometimes twice a week for 2 years with a community working group as well as city staff, council, and an outside agency. So I agree. I think a workshop would be better to address these on a more complete level.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I hate to break in, but I do wonder if you wanted to hear from the public before the council made any final decisions about whether to move this to a workshop format in the future.
Absolutely. If there are no more clarifying questions of staff right now, I will open public comment and turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after your timer has expired. Let me just share my speaker screen. Sorry, I'm trying to get my list of participants to show, and there it is. I have one hand raised. I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I just want to go back to something that Councilmember Mendoza brought up. The Assistant Attorney Wisniewski mentioned that it would require a request for a future agenda item to talk about the ballot measure. That was actually done. I believe it was actually during the all-day strategic plan meeting that you had last fall, which I attended, and I remember specifically that it was brought up, it was discussed, and it was supposed to be on this agenda. At the time, I think Katie may have not have been there. Damien certainly made comments about the viability of it, and I believe it was Tim that mentioned that we can put it into the strategic plan meeting that we're going to have in February, which is this one, and that would give us plenty of time to push the ballot measure through. So that's all been done, and this is kind of the second disappointment tonight because it's clearly that ball has been dropped. So I don't think it needs an additional future agenda request. It just needs to be filled, right? It's already been done. I don't know the rules, but I believe the staff is obligated to come forward with a report when they are instructed by city council to do so. All of that is on video. I can go back and find it if I need to. I hate to go through that whole 8-hour meeting, but I'll do it. But that has already been done. It's been requested. Promises were made, and it doesn't seem to be anywhere on the agenda tonight. And that's a pretty glaring omission. And I would really like to hear from anybody on staff that could comment on why it wasn't brought forward. Did they just forget about it? Did they not know? Did they have it written down as to what was in that original request that came from Councilmember Meyer? Nothing take away from the rest of this. Agreed, it's a great amount of information. It merits a workshop of it on its own. But this other item, as far as the ballot measure, just seems to have been dropped. It's just like something somebody just didn't want to do, or I don't know. But it has certainly already been put forward as a future agenda item months ago, and it's disappointing not to see it here tonight. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, we'll close public comment. And
I want to say that I heard that while I was going through the video myself today. In fact, in my notes, I put down open space initiative. So it was discussed during the strategic planning session. And it was both Councilmember Mendoza and Meyer.
So now that Rod mentioned it, I do remember because Damien and I had a conversation about it, and I asked him about just putting it, because I think Susanna had talked about, Councilperson Meyer had talked about us voting on it, and I said, wouldn't it make it stronger if the voters voted on it? And Damien agreed that it would make it stronger. Mm-hmm. So my concern now is it's already been requested. We have an election in November. The next one won't be till 2024. We have that other new bill that's being pushed through right now, which they can take all of our land and make it affordable housing. So what do we do to bring it back, to talk about it and figure out if it's feasible to put it on the November election now that we're so late? But we did talk about it. I forgot Rod mentioned that, but yeah, I mean, I remember having that conversation with Damien going, well, if she wants to do this, why don't we just, put it on the ballot?
Mm-hmm. No, it was.
if you'd like, I can follow up on that or.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to request it again. Let's just bring it forward as soon as possible, right? Councilmember
Yeah, I
Meyer?
mean, if it could, yeah, exactly. I was going to say if it could be in the next council meeting. And if it's not, I mean, we've got people remembering it and two council members bringing it up again as an agenda item. I mean, not officially because it already was, but it does feel like it should be able to just come back at the next available meeting.
I do have a question for either Damien or Katie. The mayor has the ability to add something to the agenda and skip a step if this can't just already be added. Is this something that I could or you know, as the mayor, I could add this to an agenda?
Honorable members of the City Council, yes, Mr. Mayor. Short answer, yes. I believe you could have this added to the agenda based on your rules of procedure. I remember the conversation we had. I don't remember what the outcome of it was in those 8 hours. I do remember talking about it, about the ballot measure question, but as Ms. Wazinski said, this part really isn't on your agenda right now, so it'd probably be best to move back to the topic at hand regarding the element, the general plan element.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza?
I know it's not on here, but like when we asked for it, it was part of it. I thought it was all together, right? Like I mean, I'm not an expert in this, so it's hard when you say we can't talk about something, but we were under the assumption it was part of it. Like, it's just, I don't know. This is like now the third time this has happened where we asked for something and I don't know what to do about it.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if
I don't have any answers on why it's here, why it's not here, but it isn't here right now, and I don't want you to get crosswise with the Brown Act by having a lengthy discussion on it.
So I'm happy to discuss how we got to this point and why we followed direction from October 26th, and it came up again at the strategic planning discussion, and how we got to what the agenda item is before you tonight. Mea culpa. We were following the original agenda request from October 26th, and we went back and forth about how we agendized this item tonight and whether we could expand the conversation beyond just the implementation section of the general plan. And we decided to focus on that original action, knowing that it did come up in the strategic plan session, and I may have misunderstood our process. Again, I'm learning as well, Councilmember Mendoza, and I fully acknowledge that we have this very formal, regimented process for how things get on the agenda, and that happened on the 26th. And then there was a subsequent conversation at the strategic planning session, which I did hear and I did take notes on, and there was no intent or ill intent to ignore or overlook that discussion. But I was following sort of the more formal process that I understood to be the process at the time. I absolutely understand that as a priority of council to also include the open space discussion, and I'm sorry that caused frustration. If we have a workshop, we can certainly find a way to agendize it so it's open to a bigger conversation. Or as Damien said, at a later agenda item, you can direct us just to bring that open space ballot initiative by itself at its own time and its own accelerated schedule. So I apologize that I didn't get all of the direction together into this item tonight. We really were trying to follow that original direction from the 26th, and we just did not agendize this so we could have a broader conversation. So I apologize, and I did not mean to create frustration, and I certainly was not trying to disregard council's direction in any way.
At this point, though, if Mayor Bryant is willing to just put this forward and skip that in-between step, can we just move forward and do that as its own? So like at the next council meeting, we can have a fuller discussion?
Yes, from a legal standpoint, yes, I believe you can do that.
Okay. You're on mute. Mayor, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. Regarding the item that is currently before us then, do I have a motion
I'm going to try and probably be corrected. I would like to make a motion on item D2 that we bring this back for a full workshop discussion.
And if I could just clarify, how urgent of a workshop would you like that to be? March, April, May timeframe with other agenda items that are also weighty coming in March?
Yeah, given the fact that we can get the other item on a very, quickly on another agenda, I'm okay with this one being put out a bit.
Okay.
Especially because we know there's things happening already, ongoing.
And if there's an expectation that the open space initiative will be fully vetted and described by the next agenda, I don't think that's accurate. But we can get that ready as soon as possible. It sounds like there's enough unanimity to say move that forward as quickly as possible, and we'll start working on that right away. But that may not be ready by the next agenda. I mean, the agenda queue started last week for the March 8th meeting already. So we've got a heavy agenda coming up.
Another one.
For the next, is there any way to see what day do you need to file something with the county to make it for the November 2022 ballot? Like if it's a city one versus a signature one, I think it's
I believe it's August is the deadline typically.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay, so then is my motion okay? Is it missing anything?
Yeah, if you're talking within the next quarter, we can certainly accommodate that at your direction for sure.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
First. And a second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we'll move on to item D3. Pertains to the declaring the Brentwood Education and Technology Center as exempt surplus property, and Josh Ewan will present on the item. Josh?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Joshua Ewan, Senior Analyst with Economic Development. Thank you for your time this evening. I'll try to be as brief as possible, running through a few slides relating to potential consideration and moving forward on declaring the former Brentwood Education and Technology Center located at 101 Sand Creek as exempt surplus property and moving that property forward to the market to see what economic development opportunities may be available. So I'll go ahead and share a slide here. Let's see, is that up?
Yes.
Title slide. Okay, great. Thank you. Great. So the city of Brentwood owns a piece of real property located at 101 Sand Creek. We have owned that for quite a while now. It's the former Brentwood Education and Technology Campus. It served many past lives, including being the location for the Los Medanos Brentwood College. They have since relocated, and the property now serves a couple local nonprofits as well as a vaccine clinic. The property itself is about 30,000 square feet. It's one-story commercial building, which is typical for the age of construction. And it's part of a larger Brentwood Center, multi-owner commercial shopping center at the major intersections of Brentwood Boulevard and Sand Creek Road. Total property site is 3 acres. The city, as the property owner, is the master manager for Brentwood Center. And we provide all of the operations and maintenance, what are typically called CAM services, to the joint parking area per the center's CC&Rs, which govern uses and maintenance and various components of that overall commercial center. So in terms of lay of the land, we are talking about the Brentwood Boulevard corridor. The overlying general plan designation is the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, and the current zoning is Brentwood Boulevard specific plan general commercial. It's located at the northwest corner within other adjacent commercial uses. So neighboring tenants are Dollar Tree and McDonald's, being national credit tenants, in addition to some smaller great restaurants and providers within the overall center that are managed by different owners. To the west is our Sand Creek Business Center, and that's a mixed-use professional office, includes some medical, real estate finance, and those type of services. So there's some synergy there into the center and potential future users and trying to activate that space. On the south corner, we have some additional retail and commercial uses, in addition to Hampton Inn and AutoZone, with some future development along Technology Court and along the Brentwood Boulevard to the south with time. On the eastern side, we're seeing significant new development, which really elevates our interest as economic developers acting on the city council's behalf to get out to the market. We see that there's new tenant credits coming in with the recent opening of Grocery Outlet, which is a locally owned and operator here in Brentwood, as well as some national credit tenants that will be breaking ground soon for Starbucks, Chipotle, Denny's, Panda Express, as well as some service uses like the car wash and the gas station that are there, in addition to Polte's terrain development and a lot of the Guerin Ranch to the greater east. So the idea would be that you're creating an opportunity for potential economic development at this site by bringing it to the market. And if the city council decides tonight, we'd be deciding that there's no use from the city's perspective, and we'd go out to the market as soon as possible. Here's some site photos related to the parking lot, signage, and that sort of thing. The building was built in 1985. So if we could attract a developer in here, it would be great to see maybe a little bit of reinvestment, both interior and exterior to the space, and we'll have to see what the market's willing to provide. One of the items that we do have on our list is in terms of economic development action plans, and your goals and strategic initiatives really talk to economic development attraction. So what can we do as a team here to be able to attract new development, new commercial interest, new investment in the Brentwood Boulevard corridor to help elevate the brand profile? While there's a variety of uses that are allowed here, and I'll go into what's allowed by the zoning and the CC&Rs, obviously there's some potential aspirational users that we'd like to go out to attract. One of the things that your economic development team has coming up is we're going to the International Council of Shopping Centers in early March, and that's a regional developer roundtable and national retail chain roundtable convention that we're going to go out and we're going to actually have a booth and present this opportunity in addition to other opportunities throughout Brentwood, and why retailers should come to our community and trying to attract those type of uses here to improve our mix and also improve economic development throughout the community. So in terms of zoning, as mentioned, this is within the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. There is, in terms of permitted uses, a variety of uses that would be typical to a commercial center: retail, restaurants, personal services, which we see in that center, service uses, bed and breakfast and hotels, which are not there, but business and professional office, medical office, dental office, indoor health club, or generally fitness, and any other similar use that's determined by the community development director. And conditional uses are described here: educational or instructional or training facilities or campuses, and any alcohol sales for off-premises consumption off-site, as well as childcare facilities, drive-through, and then those uses that are distinguished by the community development director. So in terms of CC&Rs, and one of the reasons that we're looking at this as an exempt surplus property is there are CC&Rs that are required for the shopping center, and what those CC&Rs state is that the center itself and any other successors and interests who would buy this property can only use it for a commercial purpose only, and those include mercantile and business establishments and other related activities. These are private restrictions that were agreed to by all the owners, and they're not imposed by the city. The CC&Rs also govern use and access of the shared parking field and how grants of easement are delivered throughout the site through the multiple properties that are there. So as mentioned, there's some nuances related to the CCNRs, but one of the first checklists that we have to go through as a municipal agency here in California is we have to comply with the State Surplus Lands Act, and we have to follow that related to declaration and disposition of the property. One item that we have in terms of exempting this property is that the State Lands Act exempts any surplus property that is subject to a valid legal restriction that is imposed by a local agent, that is not imposed by the local agency, that would make housing prohibited unless there is a feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the prohibition on the site. Having the CCNRs do restrict the property to commercial only. So that would be a valid legal restriction that's not imposed by the city. It's actually imposed by all the owners as mutually agreed related to that center when it was first developed and as the CCNRs were amended over time over the years. So to follow some of the procedural actions as well as City Council previously approved policy, this action tonight would, if the council so agrees, would be to declare the property as exempt surplus property, and you'd be authorizing the city manager and your economic development group to issue a request for proposals to the market to see what the highest and best use may be available that the market can bring. We would publish and advertise the RFP. We would go out, like I had mentioned, to trade groups. We talked with our broker developer, commercial developer contacts, as well as national chain and regional chain clients that they may have, and get out this through various channels such as the MLS or the multiple listing service, and get out to the market as much as we can. Proposals will be due within 45 days at this time, and any offer to be purchased will be presented to the City Council for your consideration. Then the City Council, upon approval of a price and terms, may enter into an agreement with the buyer and dispose of the subject property at your discretion. The overall fiscal impact was outlined in the report. The appraised value of the property in as-is condition and the shell condition is $1.6 million. The city's current projections for the annual general fund operating subsidy for the tech center as of this year is $167,000. And that is estimated to occur over the next 10 years. And then there were bond restrictions on the use and disposition of the tech center, which were actually removed in 2021, thanks to Kerry and his team's diligent efforts to refund the bonds as detailed in the report. So tonight's actions, we're looking for your approval and further direction. We'd like for the City Council to consider declaring the Brentwood Education and Technology Center as exempt surplus land, consistent with state law. You'd also be authorizing the city manager or designee, typically your economic development team, to provide any required notice under the state law. We'd also be finding for this particular action related to the surplus that we would create no significant impact on the environment related to CEQA, and is technically not a project. And should there be a future project, that would be fully vetted and considered through our community development department at that time. You're also authorizing the city manager or the designee to offer the properties for sale. So thank you for your time and the opportunity to present the slide deck. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions of staff? I see two heads shaking, though. Let me move further down. I see no questions of staff at this time. We will open public comment. Margaret?
I've received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and mute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
This time, then, we will close public comment and move into council discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion As detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution declaring the Brentwood Education and Technology Center as exempt surplus property and authorize actions offering the property for sale.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please, Margaret.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Item E1, new agenda, future agenda item requests. Councilmember Mendoza.
I don't know if this is an agenda request, but I sent in my vacation early on, and they scheduled 2 meetings during my time off, which is the redistricting and the, oh my gosh, the name of the other one, where we're looking at all the zoning, the
Housing element.
Housing element. And I've never missed a meeting, never been late to a meeting, never left a meeting early, so this is very disappointing. But the one that I'm passionate about both, but the housing element is a big deal. And if everyone is okay, I would like to move that to another day that we can all be together and we can get the consultant on the phone. You're okay with that? Karen seems okay. Suzanne is okay. I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but that's my agenda item. I don't have to put it on agenda, or we just talk about it right now.
Is there any way they could send out an email to see if those dates work or other dates? Because I don't want to say yes and then obviously
we can't talk about this right now, but I think staff or the city manager is on the screen. He's heard the request, and I think he can probably follow up on the meeting schedule.
Okay.
And go from there. If it needs to come back as an agenda item, that can certainly occur. But then just specifically talking about the housing element, correct?
Yes, but I also want to add to it, can we do it in person? This is a pretty big one. I almost feel like in person might be beneficial. I mean, you know, I don't know.
I can't get into a real lengthy discussion on that. And I think one of the challenges, well, I probably should just stop there because, again, this is not on the agenda to discuss.
Okay. So that was then. And then the next one is, I'm a little concerned that Vice Mayor Rodriguez brought up that he was talking to someone about selling the CD building. So I think we need to talk about that, like a Freedom of Information Act or something. Like who did he talk to? Was there any commitments? What was the conversation about? Because I don't want someone having a conversation that could put Measure X at risk. So I don't know how we talk about that. But I think we need to talk about that as a council, how committed we are to this or not to this, and what is appropriate for a council person to be discussing about the sale of a property. So if we could bring that to a council item, that would be great also. Those are my items.
There's nothing else needs to be said at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. I do have a future agenda item request I'd like to bring. Next year, 2023, will be the 75th anniversary of the city of Brentwood. And I would like to bring to council the opportunity to discuss maybe having a very nice community event to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the city of Brentwood.
Have some more coins made?
You know what? Just lots of great ideas I'm sure we could have.
No, I was joking because for the 50th, I think there was coins made. So.
Okay. But that's it. I have no doubt that this council is so full of ideas and great ideas that we can come up with something should we get to talk about this at council. So if there are no further future agenda item requests, do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
I'm trying to do it before midnight. We have 2 minutes.
We have first and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
We are adjourned. Congratulations.
2 minutes to spare.
Have a great evening. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.